Things been silent this entire time, huh? Hello, everyone. Let me, not sure why this is like this. Oh, that maybe? There we go. Oh, God. It's like, why is it so weird like this? Weird. Whoa, it's so zoomed in. Very fun. Very cool. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We are live, hopefully. Good to see everyone. Hello, Wirtz, Sausage. Hello, Super Gamer Guy. Hello, Kevin. Everyone say hi, Coder. Hello. Good to see you. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. I might have to re-chat the old-fashioned way. For some reason, it's zoomed in on the screen. Isn't that crazy? Can everyone hear me okay? It might be a little bit crackly, and that's completely fine. I didn't know it was silent for a little bit. Maybe that's something from my leftover from recording the other day. But hello, everyone. Good to see you. Sound beautiful? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Jester's Joker, hello. Good to see you. Oh, congratulations. If you what I saw on Twitter for your poll earlier, Jester. Congratulations. Nice stellar. The true song is your voice. Well, I appreciate that. What's going on, decent shirt, by the way? Hello, Q. What's going on, Bo? My favorite professor? Well, I can be one of your favorite professors, but you know, I don't know if I'm everyone's the favorite professor. So hello to Skyhawk and Wirtz earlier, by the way. What's up, everyone? Hello. Good to see you. Okay. Love the Karibo cardigan. Thank you. It's a gift. I can't stand up fully because I'm not wearing pants, but like, it's cozy. I like it a lot. I might have to take it off here in a little bit because it might get a little hot in here. From all the decks that we're going to be building, it's a little bit of heat humor for y'all. So what are we doing today? Is quite simple. A couple months ago, for Daybreak, I think it was, we had this we had a stream where we effectively built a deck per element. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I've been in the tank deep with Firestorm. I've got 3 more boxes to pull more cards. I went to I finally have a locals nearby, which is great. Shout out to Tiffany as well, by the way, for being so accommodating. Hello. There's the North Texas crew rookie as well. I think I'm out there too. Other bunch of other people that I'll have to learn and get the names down a little more eventually. But I really appreciate it and hang out with everyone. Everyone's super nice. It was amazing. Yo, what's going on, Rabbi? Hello, good to see you. Auntie Titan, best deck. Auntie Titan's a good name for it, by the way. Yeah, shout out to all the local Texas players, including Shurit and Trish. When I was at so it was at Lone Star Pack Breaks, the same place they did the trade night for Elestrals. They started hosting locals, and they started carrying Firestorm. Like, hell yeah, I'm in. Super down. And so they're like, oh, are you part of the North Texas or the Texas Elestrals Texas Discord? I'm like, no, I'm not actually. And they said, okay, we can put a link down. And they put a link in the Elestrals general chat, like the Elestrals general chat. And I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. I get in there, and the first 2 things I see are Trish has entered, Shirt has entered, Dimax has entered. So funny. It's really funny. Hey, what's going on, Real Chair? Hello, good to see you. Hello. I was going to uphold the Stellar Earth Scout and the Serialized Nectar. Oh, beautiful. They look so good. That's insano. That's crazy. Let me try to see if I can get this this thing a little bit bigger, by the way. I don't know why it's like cutting you guys off for some reason. Maybe it's if I go to like 400 on the height. There we go. A little better. And I'll just like crop you out the top. It's like, it's super weird for some reason. What's going on, Artie? Hello, good to see you. Delinquent. Fart will be good. Simply Manifest the best deck. Absolutely not. Is the music too loud, by the way? Let me, I want it to be like a little, be able to hear it just a little bit, but. So, anyways, what we're doing today, very specifically, is, there's music. What's going on, Cobalt? Good to see you. Hello. Okay, so Firestorm just came out. Firestorm is big, and I think a lot of people are wondering, like, what do I build? What do I play? Some people have already started cooking, and I love them for it. But I think a lot of other people have been asking, what are going to be the best decks? Where should I start? And I think that's what this is going to be. Our little cook session we're going to do today is just getting our thoughts down on paper. And what I want to do, and if you're familiar at all with any sort of Yu-Gi-Oh! Anything, shouts to the Lost Client, by the way. Oh God, it's a wheel. That's right, everyone. We have the wheel. The wheel itself. Wait, which one is this one? Hold. I think I gotta get chat back here. 400, chill, sure, Perfect. Oh, that's why, because y'all are way down here. Boop-a-boop. Wheel! Okay. Am I late for class? Absolutely not. Luckily, this one is an after-hours Professor Swolax. Unofficially, today we're going to be building decks, so it's more of like a workshop, if you will. Less of a notes-taking course. So, if you guys want to take notes, if you guys do not, this will always be a reference for you in the future. Absolutely. So what we're gonna do today is spinning a wheel. What we're doing here, and where's fives? True. Where's fives indeed. What we're gonna be doing today is we're going to be spinning this wheel with one of each element. The idea of this one is we're going to be trying to put every single element, one deck for each element, right? Trying to build for the new stuff inside of the new set. Yo, 20's Blazeskin, hello. Great to see you again, by the way. Hello. Are the VODs available for later? Absolutely. The VODs are going to be available, but if you're watching this on YouTube now, just know this stream, at least this portion of the deck building stream, is going to be condensed into like a more digestible video, hopefully out by tomorrow if I can get the chance. The idea is we're going to build this, and then there'll be a shortened version where I'm just going to be talking about the decks, building the decks instead. So you don't have to scrub through this entire live, however long, 7-hour yap session for the decks and our thoughts here. And I would love to know as well, by the way, y'all's thoughts on decks and maybe some things we can build. So yeah, that sounds good to me. Why does it look like chat boxes? There we go. Perfect. I mean, learn as much as I can. I think you're great on your way. Mono elements are mixed. So here's the thing about this. I want to have them be like mixed as much as possible, but also to be like mono, if that makes sense. I think that this format's really weird. I'll explain probably while we're building, but I think as much as I would like them to be like mixed elements, Firestorm really wants you to play, like really encourages you to play like maybe maximum 2 elements effectively. For the most part, I think what's really like crazy is there's a lot of good mono decks playable, but there's also a lot of really good like 5 style strategies where it's like you can play the multi-spirit elements and spirit management will be more important. I don't know how good those decks are going to be though. And this is not me saying that those decks aren't good. I will say Rabbit, I don't like this format, which is crazy to say. But the big thing this format, and I can't say this format, take a shot every time I say this format. The big thing with Firestorm that I've noticed is just that there are so many cohesive game plans that can come together. The question I think we'll see up until June 7th and my own testing I'm doing now is how good are those strategies compared to a basic like good stuff pile deck, you know? Like Hermes Blizztrix, Hermes into Carry Off, Spy Nymph, stuff like that. Like decks that have a clear identity, but how do those operate compared to Champ Galaxy, Rabbit, etc.? So that's what we're going to be doing today, is we're going to be trying to build per element, and maybe not necessarily per archetype, right? Because there's still Ursa, there's spiders, there's like specific strategies that are shared between elements. So like Fire, for example, has a bunch of different ones. And Lunar also has a bunch of different ways to go. So we're just gonna pick one and we're just gonna brew it out. So if we build a deck for a certain element, it might not be the best one in that element. But hold hopefully it's good. So either way. But yeah, so just take a deck from the Cabal made, included Werepup stuff, Moonrise, swap Like a Void Champ for Like a Void, and now you have the best deck. Easy, true. Okay, we'll talk about that too, because honestly, my thoughts on Like a Void have shifted quite a bit. I don't know if I think Like a Void is like as good as people are saying it is. I'm not gonna lie. In certain decks, I just think it's not good, just straight out. But either way. All right, so let's very beatable with wind too, by the way. Shout outs to Ari on this one. All right, so we're gonna do something really fun here. Let's start off with our wheel spin. So we're gonna spin this wheel, and we're gonna see the first element that we get here. And ooh, this is a pretty interesting one. Solar. Okay. So our first deck we're trying to build is solar in this one. This will be a really weird one. So one of the big things that I think this format has like a kind of a problem with is the elephant in the room that is Like a Void, right? Like a Void is such a strong force inside of the meta that a deck has to kind of have an answer for it, because otherwise decks will be splashing for it, right? It's a very strange little dichotomy. Solar Flare. True. Solar Flare might be good. Cows, I do kind of want to build for cows. Celestial also might be really good too. Shout out to Cobalt. All right, let's filter by solar here. Where is Bo? Solar's strongest soldier. Where's Dialis? I missed Dialis. All right, so let's think about it here in terms of like our strategy. I do have some insider information that Champion of Apollo Plucky is pretty strong. I think the new additions of something like Plucky and Liar are actually like very, very good. Like, look at this. The Liar of Apollo is such a big standout for me inside this format that I think any solar deck needs to play 3 as extra removal. Solar Galaxy, kind of, right? Here's the crazy part. So if I tell you what is a card that can pretty much out every single card in the game, and it's effectively always going to be 2 card combinations, right? It's like Cryoblast plus an Elestral. It's like Zeus plus an Elestral, right? I think Lyre of Apollo is Solar's version of that, where you can swap attack and defenses of Elestrals and make that a little bit easier to combat stuff, which I think is really good. I'm not convinced by a lot of the new Solar stuff, TBH. I think the difference is that like either you're playing 2 different decks for Solar. You're either playing like Solar recharged Solar, or you're playing like a beatdown strategy with Solar. Again, a lot of the decks I think are very different. Argo Solar, I think, very strong. I don't know if Lustragon's Time in the Sun is now, but either we're playing Phosphocell, and Phosphocell could be pretty interesting to play with, or Tornadgen and Windgen stuff. That's also probably a very viable option. Again, that deck didn't get away, and in fact probably got a little better with Breeze of Zephyros. So we'll see. Where's Dimax? We need to pick his brain. Dimax actually, in fact, inspired this whole Lyre of Apollo Plucky nonsense that I'm gonna be on. We'll be good. Just joined, but I gotta go. I'll be back later. Hey, absolutely. Thanks so much for being here. And hey, we'll be rocking till the wheels pop off. So we'll be here for a little long time. So Plucky, and I think is really strong. When you normal cast as Plucky, you can search your deck for a Lyre Apollo and add it to your hand. When you cast a solar rune, then you can return from your Underworld to your Spirit deck. And then Lyre Apollo gives all your champions +2/+2. So Plucky becomes an immediate like 5, which is really strong. Alternatively to like Lyre Apollo can swap an Elestral to make it really easy to get rid of, right? Plucky just worse Spratter/Voldusk. Tried to play with the new cow stuff, and every time I want to make it better, I end up with something similar to my current list. See, like that's also very fair, right? Some of the solar stuff I think could be underwhelming. And I do kind of agree with that on some cases. I do think the new Exaltair is pretty good though, ultimately. Yo, what's going on, Helen? Hello, good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, I mean, it's just a 5 that makes Heliolith live on yours or your opponents. Also true, also very true. Yeah, when your Elestrals on the field is destroyed in battle, you can special cast this Exaltus from your hand and with Solar, and it gets +3 for each foretold, if you will. If you foretold this turn. I've come to learn. Well, welcome in. It's kind of an unofficial class day. We have we are doing what I'm calling a workshop day, effectively. for our class. We're getting our ideas out there for this stuff. Sure. Hey, what's going on, Brandon J? Hello, good to see you on this side. If Elestrals is so good, why isn't there Elestrals 2? That's the crazy part. There's actually, the worst part is there's 5 Elestrals. Hey, Hunter Surge, hello. I'm late? Absolutely not. We just started. We just spun our first element. For those coming in here, we are spinning a wheel, and we're trying to build a deck for Firestorm. Every single element, we're trying to build a deck for Firestorm. And then see how we rock off from there. So we just spin Solar, and we haven't done anything else yet but talk about Liar and Champ Plucky for now, which has been a lot of fun. So you're here, you're absolutely here. Also, I really liked your discussion piece on the counter runes, by the way. I watched that whole thing. It was really good. It was really, really good. I loved the discussion piece. It was great. But yeah, Liar is crazy, but that's about it. I think you're kind of right. But I think that's the question of like, again, what is the identity for Solar? Is like, are we trying to foretell Solar? Are we trying to beat down Solar? Are we doing like yeah, Cybermall stuff, right? The thing that I think is really fascinating about this format specifically is a deck has to have a combination of advantage and also beaters, but also like those beaters have to stick still. It has the same problems as Moonrise did, where everything is getting outed, so you might as well just play like 1-drops that are just really effective and valuable. But I do think you can get easily caught up because there's some strategies that can get their balls to the wall stuff off very consistently and very easily that are very strong. We'll talk about that with Frost a little bit. But the idea, I think, that you can actually still go into like foretell Solar, I think is pretty solid, I think. Corvashine 2 also is like a really weird one. Corvashine mixed with the Solar Charge, meaning that you can foretell, like what is this one? What does it say? Foretell 2, right? Or sees more, and then draw a card, put on top of your deck, and then you could do it again for 3, if I remember right. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Can't wait for Champ Cafmel. Hey man, listen, I've seen one Champ Cafmel being played, and that was Dallas. Those Cafmels are crazy. I don't know if Lumaru is still pretty good, but I do want to say Lumaru is still probably solid. And in addition to that, I do think that Cows probably could be good if we're playing Solar Foretell, Soultell. But other than that, we have to definitely go with where are you? Cafmel as well. Also, let's go ahead and get this out of the way early. I don't know if these are like auto-include staples for every single thing, but we do want to at least include the Mirepoix, if you will, which is just going to be like our basic counter runes, and then we'll like adjust, we'll like season to taste from here, I think. I don't know if it's going to be good, but we'll just kind of go for it, you know? So far, it's a lot of room. Unfortunately, it's a ton of room. So the champ is Champ Pandison. Let's go. True. Earth strongest soldier. It's on PK. Everyone say hi, PK. Hey, how's it going, Tailwinds? Good to see you. With the Dapperman himself. Hey, we're trying our best here to show out. My hair is a little bit crazy today because we're actually post-gym at the moment. So we'll go. There's a lot of new stuff with Solar and Firestorm. Solar Charge might be the best Solar card. It's so good. I do want to put Solar Charge in a deck on some level. In fact, we might build Phosphocell on some level. Phosphotel, maybe. Enchant Solar from your Underworld. I think is very underutilized. So the idea would be something along the lines of like Winjin Solar is probably really strong. Solar Charge into Phosphocell could be really cool. Solar Charge to prompt our other like Solar Elestrals could be really strong. I'm trying to think of like what that could be in terms of Solar. It's definitely Phosphocell, I think, is the idea with this line. Obviously, it's on the card, which is pretty big. We'll see. Got to ditch class? Someone send me the notes. Absolutely, we have the notes here all day. But yeah, I don't know. If you're going a Champ Cows, 3 Apollo is needed, in my opinion. I think so too. I don't really... Hot take, the Soul Bell is really good, but I just don't know if it's like amazing, if it makes any sense. Phosphocell? We can rock with Phosphocell. We might just go Phosphocell. How about that? Yeah, I don't think that's really true anymore. I think Ambro and Rabbit are much more debatable. Agreed. I think in Firestorm, by the way, Rabbit's not good. I mean, that's just me. Cunning Offer. Actually, Aosdale is really good. Don't get me wrong. Aosdale's pretty strong. Okay. Let's reframe. Let's reframe what we're gonna do here and go for like a Phosphocell line. So what's Phosphocell? We have Phosphocell. Do we need to go to Anocell? Rare Candy doesn't exist, so maybe we do. Maybe 1 is probably good. 111, and then we need the baby, right? Yeah, we need the baby. Where's the baby? Where's the baby? Where is Uppies? There you are. Larvacell. Receives 1 or more solar. So I think we do need to have probably our solar bank, which would be Apollo. Otherwise, we could play Zeus, because we can actually native play Zeus with Plucky. So it's like we're building a Thunder shenanigans. Ad break. Oh, rough. Tested Champ Soulbell for a week. The 4 Tell Cows on board. Ascend helps so much establish a board. Yeah, every single rabbit's still good, but it's several new turn great ones. Yeah, they're new turn 1 good cards. I agree. That's the problem, is that like there are so many cards that like we just do not need. Outside of it, I think. Okay, let's go. Well, you probably want to. I think we're gonna cut Champ Apollo. I don't even know if we really need the Lumaru anymore, to be fair. But we'll get into that shenanigans later. We will be running normal Plucky though to get Zeus, because we can. Am I craziest? Want to hard ascend into Anocell? No, I think you're not wrong for that. Anocell is really a weird one where it's like we can hard ascend into it, and it's a possibility that we can hard ascend into this even more often now inside of Firestorm than we could before. So I think that's like a very realistic possibility. If you can cut Lumaru, your deck has a game plan. Yeah, because like I think I like Lumaru, but honestly, I would be more inclined to, unfortunately, and I know what I just said, to play Rabbit here in this slot, because it's Thunder, we can, and I think that's like the big one. 1 or more solar on Larvacell. So here's the problem with running like Plucky, is we actually need to run now like maybe 2 Zeus, 1 Apollo, because now we do need the Nexus Bank for that, and we're looking a little bit tight here. Daybreak Plucky, hope or cope? No, I think Daybreak Plucky is really good. Like Plucky, I think is very solid for getting off some of the strategies nowadays. Defensively, it's like pretty strong, and Champ Galaxy, I think honestly makes Plucky a lot better in retrospect. So that's kind of the thing too, is we might want to splash in. I hate to say Champ Galaxy into everything, but we'll see. Hello, go. Hey, speak for yourself. What's going on, Krivo? Hello, good to see you. Yeah, Rabbit's bad. Also, adding Rabbit to Solar List. True. Yeah, in the context of Phosphocell, I actually think Champ Plucky is better. Is better 5, since Liar gives you Solar Bank. I agree with that. I think that's also like why I'm considering maybe cutting like counter runes on some level, or even cutting like an Anocell. I don't know. That's kind of the hard part here. We do also need Solar Recharge to make that combination more powerful. I don't even know if I want 3 Plucky, but this seems like a slow enough strategy that we could. Laurels, I think because we want, like Laurels I think is bad this format for whatever reason. I have like a gut feeling on it, but Exaltus could be pretty good though. I do kind of like Exaltus. Do we need to Anocell? I don't think so. We can definitely cut an Anocell. We also could cut Phosphocell and play Rise. So 2 Plucky is fine. I can agree with, we can go 2-2. We can go 2-2 on the champ. So we can go 2-2 on the champ and have like, maybe we do need another Liar though. Let's go ahead and also do like, I do want to play another Solar Recharge. So here's our Shell. Hurricane. See, that's the thing. Hurricane is so good, but you do already have removal in the form of Phosphocell. So it's almost like you should be doing like this. And then like Phosphocell is like your way to go. Yeah, 3-1-1 is correct ratio. I think 3-1-1 is correct. In most cases. I think the problem is this card getting outed is like an issue. Side deck Hurricane. I think side deck Hurricane also is maybe the way. Because the Wind Spirit would be kind of funky to put in here, I think, right now. And we're also really low on guys. Maybe like. Yeah, how is Laurels bad in a Divine Artifact format? Laurels isn't bad, I don't think, in Divine Artifact format. I don't know. To me, I think there's just oftentimes where you also want to have your Divine and Artifact out. That's kind of the counter argument I have, where it's like turn 1 or like turn 2 or 3 could be really good. But by that point, I think that you also should have your game plan online, which means that you like ultimately might not have the spirits down, which again could be deck dependent just in its absolute entirety. But I don't know. I feel like there's too many runes and not enough Elestrals. That is 100% true. And again, it's like, I don't know what we cut here. Probably Tsunami on some level. Maybe PTA for more guys. We're on 13 for normal casts. Yeah, we need another like do something card. And I honestly think it might be like, maybe it's Champ Fulgaries or something. Or maybe like the Plucky. Maybe we go 3 Plucky. Apollo is not unnecessary here, I think. We do have to have like another Nexus Bank that's solar. I mean, we don't have to because Larvacell can just receive the solar off the solar charge. And we do also have Lyre of Apollo to set up for like stuff. So you can go Champ here, use that as your Nexus Bank. So I can agree with that. So it's like, we do need, I think maybe 2 more guys is like where we feel comfortable with. Lumaru is a good choice because it's just a generic 5 beater. Normal Plucky feels cope. No, I do think we actually have to have our Zeus Searcher, unfortunately. Just to turn on the Larvacell a little bit more, and also it's still like really strong to get into things. Yo, what's going on, Daniel? Hello, good to see you. Vulgaris is a solar guy that has good stats. No, we don't have a, unfortunately. It's just a good beater that pairs well with Zeus. But I don't know. Yeah, that's the problem I had with Solar Charge immediately. It's like, I think I really need to be a modular card. I think what we also are lacking here is some sort of like, so we have our value gainers in Rabbit, Plucky, Champ Apollo, which I think are all value gainers, are not amazing starters, but they can be. So we have like we have 5 starters in the deck. Gonna be kind of a consistent theme here in terms of turn 1 plays. Golden Fleece. If we're playing Golden Fleece, then we definitely should be playing Cyper Maul. But I don't know if Cyper Maul is good in a deck like Phosphocell. Yeah, it's a pop potential Gorgons for activating the Larvacell. And that's why I kind of want to run, actually, oddly enough, I think this would be a heavier Thunder investment. But I really either want to run like Champ Fulgaris or Titano Strike. Because like if we go into 2 like Titano Strike and then we find a way to fit in like a couple Thunderstorm in here, like 1 Thunderstorm, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 starters in the deck. Plus we have removal for whenever we want to drop like our Phosphocell line, which I think could be pretty good. So I do like that a lot. Same Brave Wave, that's what I'm saying. It's a Centarbor to Centarbor Cerebral Network at its best. Yeah, Solar Charge feels awful, TBH. It's in the same category as Nog and Leaf, where there are cards that just do actions you can do without a card. And I think I know the idea here is that this Solar Charge seems like a do nothing card, because it kind of is like First Light in a way, where First Light is a combo piece and Solar Charge is also a combo piece. Like, the idea is that you are effectively just increasing your amount of 2-card combos that you could have with Larvacell to get into your Anacell, to get into your Phosphocell. And the question will always be, when can I drop that down? When is it safe? Especially considering how prominent like counter runes are. Like counter runes are still all encompassing, and literally every single counter rune beats every single Elestrals combo in the world. So 5s and big in stats are just still better. And low to the ground strategies are unfortunately still the strongest thing. It almost has nothing to do with the fact that these things like Like Solar Charge could be a good utility piece. The issue is that singularly, like one back row on an open board from your opponent, one back row pass, you go Larva Cell, go Solar Charge, Larva Cell effect, they go Gorgons. You die. Larva Cell go into Anacell, go into Phosphocell, they go Tip, they go Shield. You usually die. The only Shield's the only one that you don't get because I think Phosphocell like kills it. Breeze, I don't hate Breeze because you can Nexus Solar, make Larvacell like huge, which I think could be good. But the Larvacell line like is still Nexusing. You rather play Alter. Unfortunately, I think you rather play Alter because yes, it's another combat trick, but you already have Argo. So maybe the idea is too is you can get rid of Argo, but Argo sets up your Nexus bank, right? That I do like Breeze though, and be like a win strategy, I think. What's the wording on the new Plucky? Is it all solar runes? Yes. Yeah, when you cast a solar rune, you can return any solar. You can return a solar. Yeah, it's a combo piece, but trading card in hand for card enchant is poor trade most of the time. Liar, Zeus do the same for effectively the same cost. Agreed. That's, again, kind of the issue with where Elestrals is right now, is that we do have game plan decks, but they're still not stronger than Champ Galaxy single for one trade. The only decks that effectively can make combos work and set up boards and pieces are cards that are immediately like searching out value. Something like Frost comes to mind for me, where when I build the Frost deck here in a little bit, it's going to be off the memory. The deck that I'm currently running right now is that I've been testing with all day is Nixamera. The Nyx deck, the Bunny deck. This deck is crazy, and it effectively, I think, to me, highlights both the problems and also the cool stuff about Firestorm ultimately. But I think that it's definitely getting there, right? And that's kind of the short of it, like where we're at with this one, for sure. Liar Zeus changes combat a little bit. Yeah, have you mentioned bugs? Not yet. We'll get into bugs. I think when we get into Earth. I think for Earth, the best strategy is definitely Spinosect. But either way, Solar Charge is also amazing amazing for having an easy way to make a one-cost Celestial or Celestio. Yeah, I think that's also kind of the thing too. Is like what other like Ascensions can we run here? I've been starting to find good Nyx build. Nyx Fallen form feels easier to out than I thought. Yeah. So actually, I agree with you, but I think it's crazy. But Ankle is right there for Earth. True. We actually could build this for Thunder. I kind of want to build this for Thunder. Yeah, I don't think Charge is good here. I think, I don't know. Solar Charged is like, the only thing is it's a combo piece with this with a champion, right? The idea is going second, going first, what is this deck's plays? It's Rabbit, Plucky, or Titano Strike, excuse me. And then going first, or going second, its plays are, like, what are its board breakers? Need more testing? I definitely think so, yeah. I think more of it Liar is strictly better. Absolutely. How Firestorm's Shiveroar does. Ooh, no, new Brummelinx is like the best card in the set. That I will say. Soul Charge should have healed 2 to make it more worthwhile. I mean, because technically, really it's the Phosphocell that is the line here. That like this thing plays well with. Let's go on Viper's Wrath, hello. Charge feels like you're trying to force Phosphocell or you lose. That's effectively it. That I can agree with. That I can definitely agree with. But yeah, Solar Charge might be good later, but seems lacking now. I think because its applications are lacking. Again, like we point out to like a solar beaters deck, something like Corvashine is I think what is usually supposed to pair with Solar Charge. Corvashine to get a card to fix your hand, and then you Solar Charge onto the Corvashine again is I think the way to go. Champion of Apollo Exaltus. Exaltos is like really weird here because I do like the Celestial as like a Gores, but I don't like that it's how expensive it can be, right? Yeah, Charge is only really useful if you need to turbo into a 3-drop, which, you know, hey. But with no way to Nexus from a bank to do it. See, and that's why I kind of want to run 2 Phosphocell. That's kind of why I want to run 2 Phosphocell, is because we can like maximize our Phosphocell line here and play an additional to make Solar Charge plus a stuck guy still good, which I think is very likely to do. Again, Phosphocell is kind of whack though, because Phosphocell also can get outed by pretty much everything, which I don't love. But we're almost better off playing almost no Larvacell, maybe, which is weird, right? Or no Anacell. But I think this line is good. But if we go like, let's say 2-1-1, the 2-1-1, the 2-1-1, we could do that. Phosphocell Free is pretty bad if you have a rogue solar guy. You don't get it properly enchanted. Yeah, that is like the weird one, right? That's why we're kind of having to play like a heavier Thunder package. Ascend from Bunny, exactly. To be like Bunny, that's why I'm like thinking like the Titana Strike could be good. Alternatively, because Solar, I think if we don't do Anacell, like the Solar new tools are just like Solar Beatdown is the only big thing that Solar got, right? It's Champion of Apollo. It's like, you can maybe force like a Corvishine strategy. Cows could be kind of fun to make like a big wide board and then ascend that way. But at that point, you're just playing Ascension with like Draco Ray and the First Lights and all that stuff, right? So I don't love it. I'm Cow's greatest doubter. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, is Thunderstorm? Yeah, we're still trying to find a card to cut for Thunderstorm. Like we have to get at least one Thunderstorm in there, which we only really need to use once. And then we can just use Titana Strike otherwise. Cut a Solar Charge. I would love to, but I feel like that's the point. Like Liar is better, yeah. But we cut a Solar Charge for that, and we go like, where's Thunderstorm? Thunderstorm. It'd be like this. It'd be like this. This would be the play. What's our current rune spread? Where our rune spread is, let's see, we're still 17 guys. 15 1-drops, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 starters with 1, 2, potentially 3, 4, 5 breakers. I don't hate it. I remember showing Elestrals to a buddy of mine and asked why Phosphocell stats reverse of Pheramel, and it made me realize why Phosphocell feels so bad when missing 3 stats of a 3-drop. Exactly. I'm not a really big fan of Plucky just for searching Zeus. I unfortunately think Plucky is like gonna have to be the GOAT of this next format for Zeus tactics in any sort of solar strategy. Solar and Thunder, I don't know if they play Plucky. They probably do, just because there's no good way of getting to Zeus otherwise. And you can afford to waste one turn on getting Plucky search Zeus, and then next turn again. The idea would be that you're actually pairing this card with like a Champ Galaxy, and you're going that way. But because if we cut this Plucky, what do we replace this Plucky with? Larvacell and put Armadon. Armadon is sick. I could be down with like a going back to literally what Word said, going into like a solar burn strategy. That'd be sick. Just play Olympus. Thunder will true. Third Zeus. Just play third Zeus over Plucky. Yeah. And then just play 3 champion Pluckies. Honestly. That could be oof. Well, see, this is where we get into our cook zone. See, what if we do this? What if we do instead? We do. Oh no, we have to keep maybe 1 Thunderstorm. Champ Plucky, maybe, or do we just do third Titano Strike or third Plucky? Third Champ Plucky or third Titano Strike? It's probably Plucky, because that gets us to our Nexus Banks, which is also fair. Why are we still holding on to Charge? Because Charge is sick. We could get rid of Charge, but then we might as well just play Thunder at this point. I'm trying to build a solar deck. Think solar. Not essential enough to play a bad Plucky anyways. True, because I like Charge. That's the real answer. I do like Charge. If we are, well, here's the other thing. If we are playing Charge, yes, Larvacell is a Thunder Elestral. Okay, how about this? Because no one likes the Thunder stuff, we could just go mono. We could build cows, right? Build Celestial Turbo instead. All right, we'll scrap this one. How about this? All right, first things first. We'll speed run this next one. Oh wait, hold. I think I have to save this deck as something and then delete this deck. Perfect. I think I just broke a simulator. That's fine. All right. Y'all want to speedrun cows? Let's build cows. You ready for this one? 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boop, boop. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1. 1, 2, 3. Boop, boop. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ba-ba. Here's our previous cow shell with like the new cow in tow. Now what are we cutting from this? Easy thing we're doing is I think we are unfortunately cutting the Neblio. We're cutting Neblio in favor of the new Solar Darling with Champion Plucky. Plus we also have to play our new Liar card, which means that we do get to go into you. Easy peasy. First Light, we also not super necessary here to stack our guys. I guess technically to stack like the soul bells and stuff to get material, but it's like a really bad combo. So we do want to add Argo in here as well, because we do have the ability with the Liar. So I think we will be cutting one Plucky, the other Plucky. It's probably a decent idea here. And go 2 First Light. And then we'll try to squeeze in our 2 Argo. Here we are. Now we'll go from here. So yeah, Swaz proving the best way to play Solar is to play Thunder. True, that's what I'm saying. Listen, I want to play Phosphocell, but no one in this chat likes Phosphocell. I'll just say y'all are Phosphocell's largest haters. That is crazy business. No whimsy. Lacking electric whimsy. Lacking whimsy. Yeah, we kind of need a Corvishine here, though, right? Put back the Champ Soul Bells we draw. Not always. I think if we do that, we actually would be playing Solar Charge. Just to be honest. Just to be honest. But yeah, Firestorm has utility. Absolutely true. No bunny. 0 bunny needed. We could play bunny. I just think, and we probably should play bunny in a deck like this. We just have to figure out what to cut here, which would probably be the Champ Soul Bell on some point, because the Champ Soul Bell doesn't really do us anything except for maybe like a 1-of slot. We do want to maximize on like our Solar Elestrals to add off this Apollo. Also, we're not playing Calfmel. That's huge. So we'd probably have to hit like, this is the messy part about Solar, man. Solar is like, why don't we just play this? And it's like, oh, well, we could. Let's get rid of two tip. And let's try to fit in our Calfmels. We might just not even need Old Plucky. Old Plucky is, again, like, I just think, unfortunately, not in a good position, even with our searchers. So let's go for 3 Calf. And this is what we have to do, right? You can put in Draco Ray for heal. I kind of would like, if we're playing First Light, to play the Draco Ray package. I think that is still very strong and can fit inside the deck like really well with this. Also ignore the motorcycle. Yeah, playing Rabbit to shuffle in case of the Foretell bricks. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, we have to do something, right? Let's have more than 40 cards. Duh. I love the 40 card restriction in Elestrals. This is a hot take, but yeah. Draco Ray package good. I think the Draco package is very, very good, honestly. About how unfortunately inconsistent this deck is. When I was playing it previously, I think there was like an issue, particularly with like getting the guy to stick, right? The issue with the Soul Bell line is that it's a 1/4 instead of a 1/5, and you are almost required to be playing things that like effectively would make this boosted. All the Solar cards are increasingly understated, which I just do not understand in terms of like a balance standpoint, because it will never be worth it to play Solar Elestrals when you can just play like a Galaxy, for example, which can be pretty good. Again, if you want to play like a Water Armadon strategy, you could do that. You could definitely do that, actually. So yeah. Give me 45 cards, please. No. No, 40 as an aesthetic choice is sick. Aesthetic 40 is the way. Okay. I think we have to cut down to 1 soul stocks, unfortunately. The issue with this one is like Soul Bell into soul stocks is like just kind of the combo. What does the new soul stocks do? When you cast the soul stocks, you can search your deck. Okay, so it's literally nothing. This one literally is nothing. Champ Exaltus. Champ Exaltus could be pretty good. I think it's better for like a Lustragon build, unfortunately. I mean, we got a really hard one off the top, right? We got a really, really hard one off the top, which is what to do with Solar. Again, I think Lustragon, like if we're playing Champ Exaltus, we're playing a Nexus version with like old Exaltos and trying to search out for cards and play Protect the Castle with Exaltus, which honestly could be the way, right? I think that could very much be the way. In fact, again, like this Lumaru, I think the Lumaru could go in favor of like a Champ Armadon package. I think that'd be kind of fun, in fact. So here's what I think. Here's what I think we do. Because at this point, I think cows might just not be the way. Solar does have the best beaters in the world. What if we just do Champ Galaxy, change position Solar? That feels like it could be pretty good. We have Water Elestrals, so we can play Old Galaxy and Armadon to have them be like a 6/1 and have 6/1 stats. And alternatively, like effectively, we're just hinging on all of our Elestrals getting swapped constantly, and we're just playing attack swap Solar. Yeah, I think about Champ Exaltus being great in Solar Nexus, but now I'm convinced. Looks like we need to find some copies. I think it's kind of neat, right? And Breeze, yeah, Breeze could be pretty good here, right? Solar Tri 3, quite legitimately, it's like this is the hardest one to build by far. Because the big issue with Solar is that it has the highest quality like beaters in the game, like pretty much hands down, right? Like you have the ability to go into so much here, but the largest issue possible is that every single Elestral just doesn't really like to play nice with each other. You want to play 2-ofs of almost everything, right? See, this is looking kind of neat. This is looking kind of neat. This is looking like a crazy dumb deck. Now, if you want to go full evil, then we do a deck like this. This would be the greatest Solar deck of all time. Because it's just like good stuff Solar. You do not need even Apollo here. And you now have more room for counter runes, for Argo targets, for removal for Earthquake. This is just an Allied One Rise, true, and this is just the Solar thing. There's almost too many decks to do, right? This what I think is the unfortunate part. Add Zephyros, I agree. I think I like Zephyros in a deck like this. The idea with Zephyros being that like you're making all of your Elestrals like huge, and it's just combat trick, right? I don't think you need 3 Liar. Liar is really good. Liar is really good. It's awesome. This thing is crazy good. However, I do think if we're playing Solar 5s with the Champ Galaxy, I have no issue putting back Old School Plucky. I'm looking at Old School Plucky and being like, you know what we need to do? We need to cut Old Galaxy, and we need to do 3 Plucky, and we need to add like Zeus Apollo. I think we do 1/1. Like we do like this. This is crazy, right? Yeah, Exaltus makes Lustragon so easy. I also agree. New Exaltus, I think, could be really good here because we just want to get guys, right? So it might become the new Thunder being a splash. It kind of is already, but like, and again, a Plucky Search Liar is unfortunately very strong. Very, very strong. Very, very, very strong. Lets you take hits and save your back row. On some level, yeah, because you don't have to like worry about board positioning there, I think is the unfortunate truth. So we have like, what, 2 Champ Exaltus? That seems like we have a lot of guys now. We have a lot of guys here. A lot of guys here. Firestorm Galaxy? No, this card's crazy. This card is wild nuts. Can turn every single Elestral you have into like a beater is really strong. This becomes a 4. This becomes a 4. This will become a 5. But it becomes a 3, and then you have Zeus and swapping that. Armadon becomes a 6. This card is a little bit funky. This could be like an extra Argo target. Like this, even. Boop. And then you get smacked in the crackback. That's fine. Like, again, the deck is just so efficient at making those trains that it's those trades that it's like really quite fine. Like to have all that in tow, right? Compare Firestorm Galaxy to Eddie, not basic Galaxy. Yes, I can agree with that. Yeah, Firestorm Eddie is closer to Firestorm Whale in terms of like its its function, which is that it allows all of your other Elestrals to get some it allows for all of the rest of your Elestrals to be able to out the board, right? Mustation for their 6. I don't hate the Mustation, actually. Mustation I've thought, because we're kind of back to Galaxy Mustation playing now, but it's like really weird. It's like really, really weird that I want to play it, but I just don't know if it's good. Right? That's what I'm saying. Champ Armadon Galaxy is insane. You go Armadon turn 1, they don't out it. You go Champ Galaxy, turn Armadon, burn for 1. Now you have a 6 and a 5, and you're like, big chillin', right? I think it's super cool. Again, this is probably the best solar deck we have, unfortunately. Galaxy as a spider? True. So, stat swap solar, triple S. Oh, perfect. Wait a minute. We found the name. It's 3S. Wait. Can I rename this deck? I can't rename it. 3S Club. If y'all remember S Club at all. Stat Swap Solar. Digging it. Vibes immaculate on this one. Vibes immaculate. Can we all agree on that? Artifact stat swap ass. Yo, true. Wait a minute. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with ass. That's awesome. Wait, now we're cooking with gas. Galaxy, a Galaxy artifact swap. It's gas. Fuck. Sorry for swearing. There's so many good wow, we're so smart. Literally, we're so smart. Galaxy attack swap. Galaxy artifact swap. We're cooking. We're cooking. We are actually cooking. This is crazy. Okay, we have one more card we need to play. Do we want to play another Tsunami for the Armadon? I think that's the only thing we can do, unfortunately. It's not good against everyone, but that's the way. Crab. I did like Crab as like a good beater if we're doing like a water strategy. Because what you could do is ultimately cut Kaufmel and do like... You could cut Kaufmel, but Kaufmel I think is the only thing keeping this deck from being like... Well, Kaufmel and Plucky are the only things making this deck like solar. Unfortunately. But if you were to like change this deck into like effectively six go crazy, you could just do like cut all of this here, like cut this 6, and then just play like Crab, 3 Eddie, and I think that you are playing now like water solar, and now you're like big chillin', right? Like you're doing. If I were to do a, let me save this real quick. If we were to do like an evil water strategy, we're just doing this, or we're doing old Galaxy. That way we can water enchant Armadon and have this be the thing, right? but I don't know if any judges want to come in here and be like, hey, how does this interaction work? So this is what I think would be the quote unquote like optimal beater strategy, is like a water solar mix attack swap turbo. I had Chronodial. True. Wait a minute. You're right. You're correct. Let's add Chronodial. This would be like what I would say to do is Artifact, Lyre of Apollo, Plucky can swap your stats on anything. Eddy to change position also has a functionality with Armadon. Galaxy can swap every single Elestral to be in a 6. Mustation also plays well as like a counter to like a Champ Galaxy and also a bigger body. Because that's the cool part, is that Mustation can go in defense. If they Champ Galaxy you, you can expend, like swap it back, I think. No, actually, does that work that way? I don't think so. How does Mustation work with new Champ Galaxy? Because they're effectively both on cast. Like I'm saying on the cast. On the receive, it's a little bit different. So on the thing, it would go chain 1 cast of Galaxy turn player, and then you chain the Mustation in defense, expend the 1, and then it would go chain to swap it back, and then it would swap there. I think that would have to work, right? Because that'd be the safe. Yes, yeah. It's chain link 1 Galaxy, chain link 2 Mustation. I'm trying to think what the end result would be, right? Because I think it would just be Mustation would be a 6-1, right? Or yeah, it would be a 6-1 still. Swap it'd be 6-1, and then it would be that'd be back to 1-6. Blink, blink, blink. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Mustation. Yep, we got there. we got there. So this is effectively would be the water swap version of this strategy. It's a big beater strategy. Now, if we're going to do like solar, it's gonna be this for like stat swap solar. Unfortunately, this is probably the least exciting deck inside of the Firestorm Cook session is gonna be solar, because 1, everyone hates Phosphocell. 2, the other stuff that we've gotten so far, like the Champ Soul Bell cow is really cool, just really expensive and kind of hard to out practically. Champ Exaltus is really cool to set up with like Lustragon, but again, it's always going to be a question of like, is the payoff better than just playing a 5 body? And the answer is usually no. Winjin and Tornadjin also I think are probably good, but this deck is so tight already. We're trying to focus on a little more of the new stuff. So you play like the Breeze cards, the Breeze of Zephyros. And you could also put maybe tech in Breeze of Zephyros into this list, into the deck list, because I think what ends up happening is you could boost everything, and that would be really hilarious. When we get to Wind I think has a better application with Breeze, because you're typically playing like your Aeolus stuff, which could be fun, right? So that's the kind of the idea. I think this, I would lock in this deck for solar. Let's figure out spirits real quick, and then we'll get into everything else. So it's what, that 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, and then the rest of it just be solar. Like technically, I guess you could frost enchant something, and that could be pretty good. You have tons of like room to, we probably need a little more thunder for the Zeus. You have tons of room to play with this deck in terms of like spirits. I think that this is also kind of the plus side of these beater strategies. You have a lot of room to cut cards, play Earthquake, like do a bunch of stuff here, right? Solar basically sprinkles more cards into different solar strategies effectively, yeah. I would love to see how Spider's looking. We haven't cooked with Spiders yet, but hello, welcome in. We just cooked with Solar, our first deck on the list. I think Solar is in a really weird spot because Solar is like the best splash engine for in terms of like raw beaters, stats, and like utility with like something like Kothmel. But unfortunately, it's still missing an identity in terms of like its game plan. Cows is really cool. The Foretell stuff really cool. Phosphocell everyone hates. But it's like, when do we get to see those decks shine? Maybe soon. So this is what I'll lock in for this. Name considerations, let me know. But we have Artifact Stat Swap, shouts to Pepper on this one, as Ass. We have Galaxy Artifact Swap, aka Gas, or we got 3S, Stat Swap Solar. all three of those amazing. Those are great. Big fan of those ones. So that's pretty good. Yeah, 5 water, 5 thunder, 10 solar. I can also be okay with that for the reenchant, and also potentially to have, like, again, more utility. Also okay with that. So yeah, this could be it. Let's save that deck. Deck 1 finished. All right, we've got a lot more to go through, and we've been here for an hour. Gas or ass, depending on how the day's going. Ari with the save. That is so true. What deck are you playing today? This deck was gas, but this deck is ass. Really? Yeah, I'm at X3. 8-hour stream, let's go. All right, we got 7 more elements up here on the docket. Let's see if we can spin one, and we'll make a deck for this one. So shout outs to ass on this one, or gas. And let's see just what we get. Wind. All right, wind's pretty good. I actually haven't been experimenting with wind just a bit, and wind, I'm going to focus on, I'm going to tell you this right now, the Chrysor stuff. The Chrysor stuff I think is really strong, and I think it's like really, really, really fun. So let's go ahead and make a new deck here. So wind got a lot of new tools in the Champion of Hermes stuff, which is kind of cool. We got a lot of stuff in the Champion of Aeolus stuff, which some of them is really good and some of it's really not good. Let me turn y'all on to some game real quick. Are you ready for this one? All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. I'll build this 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We could go for Pelquarius into like Champ Galaxy again. The big red flag in the room is Champ Galaxy. 1, 2. We could also play like Flammoth in this too. That could be kind of fun. And I don't hate that, but I'm also gonna go ahead and just do the runes and spirits and stuff, and we'll go from there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Best card in the deck, by the way. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Where's Aeolus? Aeolus. Definitely playing probably 2, because we can search it, but wait, artifacts, divines. Here's our shell, I think. I think this is our shell, right? I want to hear your Hermes take. I think Hermes is good. I think Hermes is expensive. Yeah, pointed out that Zeus, Aeolus Griffuse is now a turn 1 Voltempest. Yes. Yes, it is. Actually. Well, is it? Yeah, I mean, technically, right? Because you can go into the new whale, and then whale go into whale add go over Nexus. That seems fine. That seems actually pretty good to do. Sneak and Pantera, we probably could. We have a lot of the room for it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Really nothing crazy here. I want to also, I don't like the new, so I will say the new Breeze of Zephyros is a really strong card. You're almost better off playing Altar. This card's really strong. Making sure your bodies are like huge forever is nice, but you have almost no like problem outing cards inside of this format. I don't think, at least, right? So it's effectively just like a case of like what cards like what can you use in this deck like defensively to make sure that you're effectively your nobbies come across as strong. And so Champion of Aeolus Sorlet is effectively like Wind Nobby, right? Findust is still kind of bad though. I think Findust is a good starter to this format. Like, it's really weird to say this, but Findust searching like Hurricane or Aeolus is actually fine. Like, you can afford to lose a turn as long as that turn is like Findust search Hurricane, because back row is like extremely powerful right now. Also, like, it makes your opponent play super weird, and I think Hurricane is crazy, especially with artifacts running around, Argo running around. Like, Bears is a deck that plays like a billion counter runes, so Hurricane is still one of the strongest strategies in the game, hands down, full stop. Like, if you are running, I think Findust is kind of bad, yes, but Findust search Hurricane turn 1, set like 2 counter runes, or search set 1 counter runes, pro set 1 Hurricane is crazy. It's really, really strong. It forces out a lot of things and makes sure you don't get like chump checked. I'll say chump checked there by decks like that are just running Argo on you. Like that's the sucky part I think about Wind though, unfortunately, is there's not a really big payoff for Wind Hurricane unless it's like a Nobby, which again, we kind of do have a Nobby and a Champion Sorlet, which I think we want to cut. This is slightly stealing from Dymax a little bit, but I will say I had this shit built before he posted it in the Discord. I'm just gonna point this out. The same night Josh and I were testing, I built this Nimbug list. So we're gonna play. We're gonna do what I call a little bit of a swip and swap. Boop boop boop. I might only do 3 of those, and Flam Moth could be fun. I actually don't even mind the old Flam Moth really. And then we're gonna go into Runes, Tower of Winds for sure. And now all we're really missing is guys. Yeah, pigs are a neat engine. I don't know if it's the best overall though. So what I like about Sorlet, and this is a really cool one here, is like, so turn 1, this is what turned me on to effectively this set being about breakers and setters, is that like turn 1, your opponent goes Werepup, sets full moon, draw phase, they go full moon, they go the full Werepup line. And then now what do? I think a lot of decks can struggle with that. So for Wind, as like if you have Hurricane Aeolus, you clear that regardless. If they have no back row, Sorlet clears that. You go Sorlet, crash, like hit over one of the puppies, search Chrysor Ascend, hit the big wolf. And you've outed the board with minimal spirit investment. So yeah. Yeah, Tower of Winds worth it. Would Island Veils be worth it? I actually think Island, the stadiums are really good inside of this meta right now. And will give us more Nexus targets. We are missing like 3 more Elestrals though. So we need to be able to fit an Elestral in here. Unfortunately, it might be Champ Galaxy. I hate to say it's Champ Galaxy, but Champ Galaxy is really strong. It kind of has some anti-synergy though with like our regular Sorlets and our small statted Elestrals. But it does slot in well in terms of our like what's it called? Our spirits for Hurricane. Effectively, we're playing Hurricane beatdown with the Moth, but I think Moth requiring like a lot more like rune setup is kind of rough. Or not rune, like spirit setup with the fire is kind of rough. So we might, I think this would be a pivot from Flam Moth to unfortunately it'd be like a water engine with the Pelquarius. Oh god, it's Pelquarius Galaxair again. Jesus, I hate this. All right, let's go with the utility pieces here. 3 Pelquarius, and then we go into Champ Galaxy. Womp womp womp. I don't want to play Champ Galaxy and everything. You don't want to play Champ Galaxy and everything. But we gotta play Champ Galaxy and everything. This is effectively like fair. Why don't we play Goat? I think we should play 1 Goat. Goat Galaxair is also still really strong and has its place for sure. Same with like the Pigus though. If we're gonna go for like Tower of Wind stuff, Monsoon Gaming. I think we do play Monsoon. Monsoon I think is really where's Monsoon? There we go. Monsoon of Eris I think is pretty good. It slots in well with our spirits, which is nice. And also we're suppressing everything, so we do turn off like the Werepup stuff, which is again another like counterplay to it. I don't know how good this is comparatively to like just having again raw stats that we can beat over things, because combat is still pretty important. So I do like Monsoon here. And we can search it with the Fin Dust. Again, that's kind of the nice part about the bags. But with the money in the bag is that we can just search like for our random utility pieces, which I think is pretty good, right? What about Eddie? Eddie is a weird one in this format. There's so many Elestrals that have like same stats or really high defensive stats that like it's just high enough defense stats where Eddie is not great in all scenarios, right? Thunder has a lot of new tools, and Eddie is still really strong. but Eddie is also really susceptible to like, yeah, like Champ Galaxy does a lot of what Eddie does, but just better, because you're, instead of making like your opponent's guy weak, you're making all of your Elestrals strong, which is infinitely more valuable, and I think inside of this format, which sucks. But I do like Monsoon Gaming. Monsoon of Urus is very, very strong here. And again, I think this is a pretty solid beater strategy. We do get some value. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 starters in the deck. And also we have a line to out the werepups. I think maybe cutting one Sorlet for an extra Rabbit is probably the way to go, unfortunately, because Rabbit is another starter where Sorlet like takes care of an Elestral, which could be strong. Having an extra beater is really good, but Rabbit kind of turns into a beater. And again, I know I started out the stream by saying Rabbit isn't good. We haven't gotten to the decks where we don't need Rabbit, okay? So far, we've had 2 decks where Rabbit is good. It's fine. So this is effectively, I think, what a win strategy could look like is Hurricane Beatdown. Is what I'm kind of transitioning this card to be, this deck to be called. 2 Rabbit is right. I also agree. So effectively, the idea is that Hurricane Beatdown uses stuff like Pelquarius to search out your like Champ Galaxy, turns Pelquarius into a 4/3, which is really strong. Slots in well with Hurricane, which I think Hurricane is amazing right now. Again, do not get chump checked by cards like Argo. Do not get like destroyed by cards like Gorgons or Shield. You can play this card. The spirits are worth it, and you do have ways to out things like the new Like a Void package, which I think is very strong. Findus as a starter is really weird, and we could honestly cut one Findus down for like our other Sorlet, which I think is probably a good idea, honestly. Go something like this into like the other Sorlet is probably fine. Now that I'm really looking at this list. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Because the idea here is that we want to use Findus as a starter to get us into like Hurricane, Monsoon, tacking in a Tornado, playing Aeolus, Aeolus, and Island of Aeolia. I think are all strong power moves that we can really use to put our opponent on weird positions. Turn 1, Findus Search Hurricane is so cool because your opponent has to play really whack. And so if you can back that up with like a pretty decent beater strategy where your opponent is like, can't really, it's a game of set the right counter rune or lose, I think is pretty cool. Someone mentioned earlier too, there's a Griffuse, turn 1 Griffuse Aeolus combo where if you have Aeolus turn 1, you go Griffuse turn, you can go Voltempest turn 1 with Champ Aeolus, go Griffuse, and then Voltempest. Seems pretty good, but I think it's kind of fun. This kind of strategy I think is a very low to the ground strategy. Again, we've had 2 so far that effectively beater strategies, but I think that this is a little more explosive than the last one. We have actual combo pieces doing some of the fun stuff with Chrysor and Sorlet. Shout out to Cerebro. And it's also utilizing, again, Findus, a pretty underutilized Elestral that I think is underrated this format. It's not great in terms of like its repeated value over time, but it is a really good card for getting, again, the best card in the format, arguably for counterplay, Hurricane. Yeah, Falcon looks pretty good, but maybe that's my bias showing. Falcon, I think, is also really strong. Ascending over any of these Elestrals, Pelquarius otherwise, I think is good. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's really important for starter to be still good when you draw it. Later, Findus sucks there. I agree. I think that's partially why is that Findus is a really specialized starter. You're losing tempo to gain like swing, which I think is like the trade-off that Wind wants to get, right? Because Wind is not is a tempo-based strategy, but I think what Findus allows you to do, and I know Findus was playable last format as well, like this whole combo, but I think there's more of a reason to do it because we have cards like the new Werepup line, which I am very scared of. It's very expensive, and I think some decks shouldn't play it, but I think we will see it a lot. I think that you will see Champ Werepup a lot. So be prepared, and I think this deck can help deal with that threat pretty effectively. So this one's also really strong. Yeah, Findus searches any of the 4 wins. That's what I'm saying. You go like you have so many ways to deal with like a crazy board. I think Findust is dusting. We're dusting, dog. We're dusting. We're dusting. Let's do spirits here, and then we'll move into like the next one. So what do we need here? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 thunder spirits maybe. 1, 2, 3. Only a few. Let's go 3 because we only really need hurricane rabbit to go off a couple times. It's wind's very expensive, so we have to have like effectively 20 wind. Then we have water for 3. No, we probably need more water than that. Maybe like 4 water, 5 water maybe. 12 wind, 5 water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's about right. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 with 12. I think that's about right. I think this is about right for what we would want here. I'm calling this one easy peasy. Hurricane beatdown. Nice. Where's Flammoth? I know. Flammoth is the other consideration to play with this deck. Like if we're making another win strategy that's Chrysor like Flammoth, we're cutting like effectively the Monsoon cards and Aeolia and playing the Nimbug line. And I do think that Flammoth is really, really strong, and you can get it, and it's like actually a pretty decent strategy this format. It's really cool. I like it a lot too. What's up my Nimbugs? Legitimately. Yeah, 5 water in case of water swirl. Oh, also true. That's a great point. Huge, huge point. So I think that this is probably the best wind type of strategy, playing some of the new cards from Firestorm. Alternatively, again, I mentioned this earlier, and Flammoth is a really competent deck, and you can do you can do it. Yeah, New Flame is a tech choice. I agree. It has some utility, but Old Flammoth is super good. Old Flammoth is incredible. So if you don't want to play a deck like Hurricane Beatdown with I think is honestly like the big wind premier deck, you probably just want to play like Flammoth, which Flammoth is effectively this deck, but you're playing a little bit less removal, and you're playing all in on Aeolus and Tower of Winds and the Nimbug. That's kind of the idea with that one. So big fan of this one. It plays well too. It feels good to play. This is more of like just a general like Wind 5 strategy, if you will. So whatever. We also are now, we have a lot more decks now that are a little more interesting, which is cool. I would say previously, we actually didn't get a lot of decks that were, these past couple decks haven't been super like, how do I put this? Like, they've been 5 strategies, okay? I think we'll see a little more game plan decks arise from the Moonrise meta, or Moonrise, the Firestorm meta, gotta get used to that. So this type of deck building probably will shift. We'll see. All right, so let's move on. Let's get a new deck in. Let's spin the wheel. Let's see what we get. So that's wind. Let's go for the next one. That took only like 20 minutes. Look at that. Ooh, Earth. Earth. Okay. My pick for Earth this format is Spinosect. Unironically, I think Earth and Spinosect are really good. If we're not playing Spinosect, we're actually playing Titan. So what do y'all want to see? Do y'all want to see Spinosect? Do y'all want to see Titan? Pandison, Champ of Demeter, by the way, is really good, and Chalice of PK, this card's actually crazy, and don't let anyone tell you differently. Okay, so pick one. Bug? Okay, I hear Bug. I hear Bug, let's build bugs. And Titan is it's so good. And again, if you do see the Werepup line, it's very, very strong. Super, super strong. So let's go ahead and build out Earth. We're gonna go for 3 Ardbud, naturally. We do have to have the 1 Equilinx. I hate this card, but we have to. 2 Vis plus the 1 Vis. We do need the Ardvarum. We might run 2 actually. And Titan. This is your base Earth line together. You can run more, but we're gonna be doing like some more stuff. So we're gonna go to the Lunar package here real quick. Spectaris is really strong, and Spectaris is really strong as well. 3 Werepup, and this is where we get to talk about the Lycovoid engine. Because now, by the way, Like Void sets up a lot of stuff with Ardvarum, because you can ascend over. It's a really strong package for Earth and Lunar. Play one full moon, we're good to go. In fact, here's the crazy part too. If you really want to get crazy, like super crazy with it, you could even run Toxion. I would love to play Toxiri in a deck like this, because I think that's really cool to go Antitan, to go Ardbud, search Toxiri next, go Dense Fog, and now you have online your Spectaris. But I feel like when we get to Lunar, I'll build that, because it's like, I think that's so cool. So we'll do that. But anyways, this is like the idea for the most part. We have the Viscerus line, which you get into the new Viscerus, which you can only play one of, but it is a really strong strategy. Overall, I think this is like effectively our base for our Elestrals. We have Werepup and Ardbud for pretty decent starters. Spectaris is super strong, especially because we have like Werepup would come down. You can beat over Champ Like Void. Champion of Spectaris, Artemis, is really good with Ardbud. If you have a Suppress Celestial on the board, you can special cast this. So the idea would go Ardbud, search Champ Spect, Disenchant from Ardbud, go Ardvarum, search second Champ Spect, go into Antitan. Crazy. Insane thing here. Yo, what's going on, No Fox? Hello, good to see you. Hello. How's it going? Just on my Moonrise box and starter decks and stuff, and set up with Clash, new to Elestrals, but happy to hear. Hey, welcome in, and hey, hop on Elestrals, and hopefully have a great time here. We're building stuff for Firestorm, so a lot of the cards actually that are in Moonrise are still pretty applicable inside of Firestorm. But if you can, when you get your hands on the new stuff, it's gonna be super sick. It's super sick. I love it. Clash also. Really looking forward to Clash. I'm not gonna lie, the release can't come soon enough. It's awesome. But yeah, great to see you and great to have you here. Hello. We're building decks for Firestorm at the moment. We've currently built, let me save this real quick, as Boogs. Boop. Currently we've built 3S Club or Stat Swap Solar, pretty fun one. As well, Hurricane beat down a solid wind strategy. If you're digging the wind with the Sorlitz stuff. Again, big fan of the Findus here. Hurricane, Shadowstar, Moonrise cards, if you will. And then we got some Boogs. Bugs, I think, is an underrated deck for the format. This is going to be more of like what are we going to play inside of this? Maybe we want to go for Rummagem even. So we go for like a back to our Earth stuff. Boltuga, shouts to Bolt. I think we do want to run. Where is Rummagem? I love the little guy. We'll definitely want to play Earthquake for sure. Definitely a Scythe. Definitely Demeters. We're Rummagem. 2 Rummagem I think can be really strong. Again, we have a decent starter that plays well with Equilinx. Let's go ahead and also add our counter runes and rune lineup while we're at it. Kind of just our basic mirepoix of strategy, if you will. There we go. It might be even worth running for like a tech of Solar, 1 copy of Solar and the Pluckies for Lyre access from this Argo lineup. But like this is effectively it, right? This is crazy, right? Look on Orange Crush. Hello, good to see you. What website is this? This is lawtcg.github.io/clashnet. If you search up, I believe it's ClashNet Elestrals on Google, it should show up as one of the first ones. But the link is up here. It should be up in the stream somewhere up there, but it's lawtcg.github.io/clashnet. And it's an online web-based client for building decks and Elestrals. Community made and community driven. Shout outs to the Law on this one. Amazing developer. One of the best developers inside the community making stuff and tools like this for players. It's a great tool and a great addition to the community to have for visualizing decks like this. The official Elestral site does have a deck builder as well. Perfectly fine. This one I think suits a lot of people's like visual need a little bit better. So I think this is great. If you guys want to support the Law as well, there's a coffee link on here too to help fund some of these crazy Elestral stuff. But no pressure on that one. Not sure if you about the extra ways to suppress. About no extra ways to suppress enable champ spect. I also agree. So I want to play Toxiri really bad. I want to play Toxiri so bad, but I feel like we can't. Like Dense Fog, I think could be pretty good, but the idea is like if we're playing Dense Fog, we might as well just play Toxiri. And at that point, then yeah, we do have an extra way to turn on Champ Spect. Champ Spect is really just in here as a countermeasure to like the Lyca Void stuff, which to that end, Lyca Void comes out with 2 suppressed Elestrals, so you still do turn on Champ Spectaris. So it's like Werepup, go Lyca Void, have 2 suppressed Elestrals. There's your special cast right there. It's like a turn startup, but that also makes it to where you have effectively like 3 slots. You don't even have to cast the Lyca Void out. But if your opponent has, at least, okay, so I didn't read the card. Shocker. Well, okay, this makes it a little bit tricky, but I don't hate Champ Spectaris in here. But we do need, yeah, maybe we do need more ways to enchant here. Dang. All right, let's see if we can run this one. What do we do here? Do we run Toxiri? Need Artemis? I love Artemis. I don't think Artemis is amazing in Earth. Good in Lunar, for sure. I think really good in Lunar. Really bad in Earth, just by the way. Yeah, how do you put cards in the side deck in mobile? I have no clue. I have no clue. That's a good point. This is the second deck, Earth. This is our third deck. We so far, we've been cooking with 3S or Stat Swap Solar, or Artifact Swap Solar, or Galaxy Artifact Swap, which is gas or ass. Shout out to Ari, depending on the day. Then we have Hurricane Beatdown, which is our wind type strategy, and a pretty solid low to the ground, trying to focus around Hurricane and Fin Dust to get some of our power plays like Monsoon, Aeolus, and also Aeola. But yeah, Hermes and Cockatoodle. Wind with Hermes and Cockatoodle is, I think, very strong, and I do think that the Werepup line, Cockatoodle Suppress, is very, very good, unironically. So for Earth, we're locking in for bugs. What's the solar deck looking like? Oh god, unfortunately, everyone hates Phosphocell. But hello, Redux, hello, good to see you. What the solar deck is looking like this. It's Artifact Swap Solar, or ASS, Artifact Stat Swap, or it's Galaxy Stat Swap, or Artifact Swap, or it's Solar Stat Swap. Stat Swap Solar. We'll get there. Yeah, Ardbud also searches the Hermes Searcher. See, that's the cool part, right? There's like a lot of really good ways. Nothing but cows. Cows, I think, are still not quite there, but it's good. There's ways, like cows, I think, are a competent strategy, but just like, they just will die to everything, unfortunately. Yeah, Ardbud, if we are building like a Hermes deck, like an Earth Hermes deck, then it would be Ardbud, it'd be the new what's it called? Where you at? The Champ Spy Nymph, which Champ Spy Nymph is really good. Go for this, and then go for our champion, let me just filter. Our champ, where are you at? Champ Spinosect. Very, very strong. I think that package is really good, and you don't even have to run like the Ardvarum stuff. So the idea would be that you could go cut the Werepup line and cut this for the Hermes package, and instead do like this, but with Hermes, which I think is pretty good. High roll, 2 base set Ignector, 1 new Ignector, add Nog. Double Nog add is crazy, actually. And we definitely should do that. Yoton Arcan, hello, good to see you. I feel like Champ Spect turbo option is better when you're more on Lunar than Earth, but I get that Echo Links package is too good. It's insane inside of the bug package, especially because Viscerus is also still very strong. Decent 5 body beater, gets into new Vis, which is also big, and unaffected by counter runes when there's another Vis. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So I think we need to cut one more card. So we'll see. Digging the sweater of the stash. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Normally whenever we're up and running here, we're doing a Professor Swolax stream of some sort. So we pop out with our best mustache and our best sweater. But this is more of a workshop lesson today. Less note-taking, less lecture, more effectively throwing our thoughts on the wall like spaghetti and seeing how everyone likes Phosphocell, which is to say none. So yeah, it's lab time. Exactly. See, lecture and lab. No Fox gets it. Absolutely. Okay. So we are still missing ways to really get out like champ spect as like a suppression like model. What am I saying? I think tip is we have to replace with an artifact here. No Artemis? No, I think Artemis. So see that's the thing, right? I do agree with Arcand on some level that like if we are playing Spect and playing Ardbud Spect, playing cards like Artemis Fawnlet kind of stuff is really like might be better because we are able to more consistently get down the suppression. But I feel like this is more of a tech option choice for whenever people are playing Werepup, which to that end, maybe if we don't play Werepup, then we're out of there. If we're playing Bugs or Boogs, then we're playing Ardbud, Search Toxiri, get the Dense Fog. Dense Fog can set up for Spect plays. But I feel like at that point we are like that's a couple turn clock at that point. I love Phosphocell. Okay, thank you. Some of y'all are reasonable people. Yeah, Fawnlet feels kind of bad, but Artemis feels pretty good. I think when we get around to building Lunar is so interesting to me. There's a lot of really cool Lunar stuff. There's like suppression control. I love Toxiri as a card. Toxiri and the big Scorpion, Big Scorp. Both really fun. And I would love to build a deck with that now, having like more ways to do stuff with the suppression. But I do think, are you sure we're reasonable? I should be asking y'all that question. Do y'all think you guys are reasonable? Do you believe? But I think that's like the thing that I need to be more aware of here is like maybe Terror Star is what I build for Lunar. We'll cross the road when we get there. Okay, so this is, I think, the weird part, right? What I like about the champion Artemis in this line too is it does set up for plays with our Nexuser, so with Equilinx. Demeter is a kind of a sus card. I don't love this card because there's no good way to search it, but it is a great way to make sure that we just have a General Nexus Bank, and that you have like just ways to get into your combo. Alternatively, I think Champ Spec is a decent beater, and you would kind of just rather run it with something like Artemis, but it's probably fine. Rebozo Elechick, that's what I'm saying. See, Elechick is fine, but that card, I remember talking to Dan in the Kickstarter. I messaged the Elestrals chat I had, I think, with Dan, maybe Deathly, and I was like, hey, just by the way, there's no like ban list or anything, right? And they're like, what do you mean ban list? I'm like, well, so I can just play 3 Nog, 3 Elechick, everything, right? And it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you? I'm like, oh, you mean Elechick, I can just search the best cards in the game, and Nog, I can just draw 2 cards, which at the time is crazy coming from a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Like, draw 2 is crazy. A little bit less good in this game, but still really strong. So way back in the day, I'm like, Elechick searching a Divine is crazy. Wow, what's going on, Mike? Hello, good to see you. I want to build a Terra Star Nexus Burn. Seems to be fun. I agree. I think when we get to Lunar, I think we'll build a Terra Star list. But I think we could easily build a Toxiri build, which I would love to do. Yeah, please save me and share the image. Absolutely. We'll have this one. We have this one saved down, which I think I'm gonna just go ahead and save the deck. And then we'll go from there. A lot better ways to heal now considering Nog and Solar again. True. We still play Equilinx, Demeter, and Plucky, and we could play Liar. I can count it down with that. Terrastar OTK is real. Shout out to Chicago Eddies. Yo! Shout outs to Chicago Eddies. I love that the Chicago Eddies got jerseys. That's tight. That's super sick. I gotta get one for the Imperawatts. And it's just like I just gotta rep all my Imperawatts in the back, and we'll have like a couple of Cryo Scorches I'll get to sign the jersey too. It'll effectively just be the greatest send-off to the best season of Elestriad yet. Shouts to my commentary, by the way. I almost went into commentary voice there and did, You don't want to miss the most electrifying episode of the Elestriad yet. It's like that. Okay, let's go ahead and do spirits. So spirits. We need to have a bunch of this, like 2 water, a bunch of lunar, and I think that's it. Like that, does that make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 11 makes sense here. And then there's Leviathan. Do you have a method for adding spirits? Great question. And actually, it's both. So here's the frame of reference that I like. So the Elestronauts, and specifically Caleb, actually developed a good formula for this. So let me actually pop up this formula, because I do think it's legitimately like a good frame of reference. So, boop. Unironically, boop. Okay, so this is kind of the weird part, right? Let's talk about the adding spirits, because I do think this is a great question. It is vibes based. You can go off of whatever feels most comfortable. Like, hey, I have a lot of this, I should play a lot more of this, and then fine tune over time when you're actually testing or playing. But the general like baseline for, I think, if you just don't know where to start, is pretty simple. So the first thing you want to do, like, let's say we have our spirits. You want to, like, Earth is this, all right? You want to add up all your Earth spirits, for example. So you want to add all your Earth spirits. You want to take that number. Let's say we have like 11 or 10. And then you want to divide that by 2, which that means be 5. And then this is the vibes portion. Usually you want to plus or minus 1 of that of the 5. So it could be 4 spirits, and you could have like, or you could have 6 spirits, really. 4 to 6 spirits is like this the way to go. So it's like, this is 4, 5, or 6 is effectively it. Like, this is your baseline, like, equation to get started on roughly the idea. There are several times where you can play like more or less. For example, the other portion that you could consider is if you have 3 of a 1-cost card. For example, is a card called Cryoblast. And you're like, I want to resolve Cryoblast as many times as possible. Then you could play 2 spirits of that per each 3 copies of the card. So 3 Tsunami, you play 2 Water. 3 Cryoblast, you play 2 Frost. That one's more vibes based, but I think that like this is the like that one is more or less. Some people play 3 Cryoblast, 1 Frost Spirit, perfectly fine. Again, vibes based. So the starting point, if you don't really feel comfortable doing spirit math, add up all your spirits, divide by 2, and then plus or minus this number by 1. And that's it. That's the best way to go. And then from there, do vibes. So we'll do this one to actuality, and then we'll do that. So let's do spirits, and we'll go from there. So yeah. Oh, hello, Kaker. How's it going? Good to see you. Hello. Excuse me, Professor. No one told me there'd be math. Today is lab work, unfortunately. So yes, there is math, and I'm so sorry. All right. So we have Earth. Let's count our Earths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Divines count as 2. So 17, 18, 19, 20. So we'll go 10 spirits plus or minus 1. We'll say 11. Then we have our Lunar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 5 plus 1 might be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we need Water. 1, 2. You could play 1 Water here if you want. We have then now 2 extra spirits. So we could play more Lunar, more Earth. Honestly, I'd be down for 2 Water, just so if we want to Water enchant something, that could be pretty good. And this is where the vibes base come in. which is sick. Excuse me, Professor, is Antitan finally tier 1? Yes. Yes. The thing with Antitan is that Antitan has a particularly strong matchup against Werepup turn 1. Werepup, go Like a Void Champ Werepup into Ardbud, search Spect into Antitan turn 1 is crazy. Very crazy. It's awesome. The only math I need is 2 Fire Spirits equals 3 of my opponents. Absolutely. Hell yeah. Will this be on the test? No, there's no test on this one, actually. This one's just a vibes-based lecture today, or vibes-based lab today. So not on the test. But you might get reviewed on some of it. I would check the syllabus if you're ever confused. Let's see. We also have the extra spirit for the Antitan and or the Ardvarum. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Technically, I did my spirit math wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We probably need an extra one for 7. Maybe, and again, this is like the base that you can operate on here, and then go up or down in spirits, like as you please. Up and down spirits as you're testing games, as you are playing out stuff, because you should be also taking this knowledge practically, and saying, I felt like I needed more Frost Spirits. I felt like I needed more Lunar Spirits. I felt like I could maybe play Rabbit in here and play Thunder Spirits. That's kind of the other side of things. So I'm good to call Bugs the Earth deck for Antitan for our Earth version, our Earth strategy inside of Firestorm. But bonus, we're actually gonna build a Earth deck. So we have 3S Club for our solar strategy, or Galaxy Artifact Swap, or Gas, or Artifact Stat Swap, Ass, or Solar Stat Swap Solar is our first one. We have Bugs for our Earth deck, pinning that one. Hurricane Beatdown for our Wind strategy, and that's it. Is that our third one? Wow, 1 and 3. Jesus Christ, we're gonna yap here forever. And my syllabus just says Pent best deck. Let's go. Well, TA already wrote that one down, so there's that. Okay, so let's speed run a bonus deck for everyone here. We're gonna play 3 Ardbud, 3 Spynymph, 3 Viscerus, play 2 Spinosect, 1 Equilinx on our Earth grind here. Where is Equilinx? 1, 1, 2, 1. Lynx 1. Perfect. And now we play our counter rune suite of let's go 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 artifacts. Boop. Go for 1, then we go for our wind side of things, because now we're getting kind of tricky with it. And we're gonna play a new card that I think is really fun, and that is Aramis. We're playing copies of Aramis, and I think Hermes Trickery is pretty solid as well. So there's that. Bear is good. Bear is amazing right now. Absolutely. Any chance of your insight on thoughts on the bear deck tonight? I actually don't know what the bear deck kind of looks like, but we can build bears. Build a bear is like really easy and more straightforward than people think. The one thing is like bears or werepup bears might be the best version of bears. But I think bears is like a nice rogue deck. Not a rogue deck. I think it's honestly tiered. I think bears is like insane in this format. I take it all back. It's good. It's really good. It's really good. It's so good. We definitely need Plucky then for Axis. I don't think we do. We're playing a lot of Divines, but we're also like low on guys. So unfortunately, we might have to play like some supplemental Elestrals. Not enough starters here, so we will be going for our Remedium line. And then I might cut Hermes Trickery now that I'm really looking at this. Demeter is good, but maybe we're cutting Demeter and just playing 3 Hermes Trickery. Demeter very strong, but like like, do we really need it? Man, difficult questions. Alternatively, I would like an extra, like if we're playing wind, we might as well play like a smaller wind package too. So like what's a good wind Elestral to place in here? Carry On, I think could be good because I think Carry On Hermes is a very strong strategy. Special cast this using it from your spirit deck or underworld. I think that's nice to have as like a decent like little searcher, and also an extra body. 3/1's not bad. A 3/1/1, a 3/1/1. I know you're sick of this. And then got the Trickeryous. Do I even like Trickery? Yeah, I mean, it's expensive, but I think I do kind of like it. Chrysor? Give me the Chrysor line. Search Chrysor, search Chrysor. Don't hate that. Don't hate that. We're missing Elestrals, though. So I'm going to cut a PTA. Immediately I can see PTA might need to be cut. Hermes Trickery being the very dependent on Hermes means we probably should run 3 of this, but also this is a pretty expensive rune. So I don't know. Plucky, if playing Plucky, that means that we're searching Plucky for our Demeters and our that. Don't hate it. 1 Arvarum special to Carry On, and then if you Hermes Ardbud. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is I don't hate doing something like 2 Carry On, because we can do that again. But you only really need to do it once. The only problem is this is a brick, so we maybe just don't even want to do it at all, frankly. So, what do we add here? 1 Ardvarum is kind of cool, though. I do like the idea of the 1 Ardvarum as a bigger guy. But at that point, we might as well play in Titan, right? Drops a late kick W. True. So true. Let's see. What else can we play in this position? I think let's check our Earth guys. We could play a Mudlet for change position stuff. We could try to play, like, here's the really funny part about Earth. Earth used to have like some of the best solid lineup of guys. Nowadays, Earth is still kind of like lacking some like filler cards. So it kind of requires us to play like cards that search and do things. So we're kind of unfortunately still back on like Rabbit, which I don't love. So I don't know. Otherwise it'd be Fin Dust. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think I'm cutting Hermes Trickery and going for I don't mind going for Plucky. I think if we're going Plucky, unfortunately, we will have to go for like a Lyre of Apollo, which I don't hate, but I don't love, right? It's removal stats, and it's also like something like this, 17 Elestrals effectively, which, well, 15, but most of them search and recur themselves. Plucky is a decent enough searcher where it gets both into Hermes and Demeter access, which is both pretty good in different types of utility. Spear Math is gonna be kind of funky on this one, so let's try to follow this one down. Let's try to do some Spirit Math on this one. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to go with well, let's see, quite a bit actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we have to do like 6 wind. This is where the vibe-based one might just come in, and we just see if this is enough. And we go for like 2 water. Yeah, 2 water. And we have to do like a solar or 2. This seems about right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have a Hermes enchant up to 3. So effectively you disenchant just 2. Well, whoa, oof, no, you have to do the full 5, right? No, it's up to 2. So you could do 3, disenchant 2, go Spy Nymph, Nexus off the Spy Nymph, get for 1, and that's your combo. There we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that'd be 3 with 2 extra wind spirits to enchant, which is already there. So you have to enchant with this with like an Earth, which we have enough Earth to do with. We probably could play more Earth, or probably could play more wind, because we probably only realistically need 10 Earth for this build. So here's our bonus strategy. We'll go bonus deck. We have a spine. I don't love that. What do we name this one? We'll name this one spine. I keep on just typing spine over and over again like it's gonna do something for me. We'll just go BBC. We'll go with this one, big bug control. The classic. Big bug casting. How about big bug casting? Because we are now officially casting out the bugs. So we'll go big bug casting. Perfect. Spine. True. Spiny McSpine face, I think is also a pretty good one we could do. All right. BBC, or big bug control, playing cards like Spinosect and Spynymph. Inside of the strategy, cards like Carrion, which bug as well. Now I'm really thinking about the Ardbud. Hermes, go to Carrion. I think pretty decent. We probably could even load up on Hermes as well. But the general idea with this one is that we're trying to go for Spynymph, which gets your Hermes searcher. Hermes sends Spinosect. You can then go into Spynymph to go into Spinosect. This is a pretty self-contained combo. So Earth, I think, inside of the Firestorm meta has a couple different ways. I think this and Titan very, very strong inside of the current game, inside the meta, because people will be playing Champion Artemis. The Lycanvoid Champion Artemis is really good, and I think this deck can pretty hard counter it. Plus, it's a very solid strategy overall. BBC, or big bug casting. This strategy, I think, is effectively what the Champion of Hermes Spynymph deck looks like. We've got some new tools for the bugs, and this is a really cool strategy. Fun to do. Also utilizes Ardbud and the Equilinks and the Vis. So have fun with this one. This one's great. So I think that's good. Moving on to the next one. Let's pop out the wheel. Badly bricking constantly. True. True. Okay. The wheel. On to the next one. The wheel is gonna give us, oh, Lunar. Oh, let's go. Okay. Lunar is so cool at the moment. Let me go ahead and change the music real quick, though. I do want to change the music to something else. It's gonna play Werepup and Lycanvoid, but won't play Nabi. True. Okay, let's kind of talk about that a little bit, because Lunar, the big like, oh god, let's just clear the deck and find it out. So the big problem with Lunar is that it went from a deck that was playing like Nabi and the Foxes being, oh well, I gotta hide, like I gotta get rid of the wheel. Boop. 4 left, by the way. So the previous iteration of Lunar was playing things like Spectaris and Malice, you had the Foxes, but the one big like thing in the room that is like kind of unfortunate is that Werepup, the big puppy in the room, is like effectively the best thing to be doing with Lunar is going this immediately in almost every single deck possible, by the way. But really inside of this deck too, we need to be playing this. It works a little better, I think, inside of this strategy, because what we can do with Lunar, because Lunar gets a lot of really great tools. So the direction that you can go with Lunar inside of Firestorm is stuff like you could do Night Venom for Night Venom things. You could do Dense Fog control effectively. And I think the one thing that people like to do is Terror Star. I think Terra Star is really cool. So Terra Star is, I think, what we're going to go with in terms of our Lunar type of strategy, right? I do love, and the new card that we did get, this was Nemastar, our Lunar Nexuser, which is super cute. The Stellar of this one is incredible. This is really cool. We need total Volclipse board wipe of the format. Oh gosh, you can't keep getting away with him. So what does this entail? Lunar Nexus is probably the fun deck to play for Lunar, for playing like more of a pure Lunar build. Otherwise, we can play like Suppression Control with Night Venom. Night Venom searches the Dense Fog. We can then play Spectaris, which is super, super cool. Love that in its entirety. But I think instead we're going to try to build Nemastar, our little cute friend from this set. I think is maybe the way to go. So we'll try to put it in there. First things first, we do need to get our searcher in for Fawnlet, which is I think kind of fun. We'll go ahead and put the Champ Spectaris in here too, because there will be suppression. We'll go ahead and go for the Nemastars. I think Terrastar is also really neat. One consideration I want to make with Terrastar, and this is a really funny one, is Cryptaris. Cryptaris is also pretty cool. Play Necrolith because it'll be everywhere. Unfortunately, well, actually, this good point. Necrolith I think is not good into the Lycovoid Artemis. They can very easily play around it by just not having 2 of the Werepups, but then also Spectaris takes care of both situations where you can just normal cast this. Yes, you don't get the destruction of the Necrolith, but this card just like effectively is either a 7 or an 8. One of the two. It's picking one of the two, and Spectaris doesn't have a chimney. So it's like, I think that is a better out to the board in a 1 card less committal position. Cryptaris getting back to Lycovoid to make me cry. See, that's also the cool thing, right? Cryptaris is this, right? You can foretell 3 and add any 2 Elestrals that cost Lunar Celestials that cost 2 spirits. You can add the Terrastar. Very bad one though. Start with Supernova. Let's go. True. Next up to 3 Lunar. When a player nexus an opponent must expend blank for each of the card receiving the nexus away. I think this is sick. This card's cool. This card is also cool. Big fan of Nemastar. Big fan of these. Big fan of this so far. We will be adding Artemis in here because Artemis I think is very, very strong in a deck like this. So we'll be adding our girl. Get Artemis up in here. Piercing damage is interesting as far as an Argo target, but we're just going to go for the classic Argo stuff. So let's go ahead and put in our Mirepoix and we'll go from there. 1, 2, blah, blah, blah. 1, 2, 3. Again, we're also not making considerations of playing things like Cryoblast, which I think is pretty strong. I don't know, it's fun. We got loads of heal. Absolutely. We have tons of heal. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. We probably want to play 3 of Argo, frankly. And then 1, 2, 3. And then we'll be playing, because we do want to see this as much as possible. Alter also might be a good play to make here. And then maybe Circle the Sky, by the way. Unironically, Circle the Sky could be played here. We'll go for 1, we'll go for 2. Just some different type of utility here. I don't know if I really want to play 3 Nemastar. I don't even know if I want to play 3 Fawnlet. I think, frankly, like Nemastar is really funny next up to 2, and then can attack the opponent's spirit deck directly. I think it's really nice. We almost want to play 3 Terrastar, I think, which is fine. Yo, what's going on, Carlos? Hello, good to see you. I need help. I'm new to picking up the game. Well, welcome in. So what we're doing today is we're building a deck, 1 deck per element inside of Elestrals to effectively give you some ideas on what to build. Now, if you are new to the game and want to experiment with the game, play a little bit more, I think what you could do is we have Elestrals Clash. If you have the beta, if someone, if you know, anyone, if you can get into it at all, Clash is a pretty decent way of doing it. Alternatively, if you have a local store near you, great way of practicing and making and getting invested inside the community. And there's a lot of great resources for decks to build, for the starter decks to be a good entry point as well. I'd recommend always picking up the newest starter decks. The Firestorm ones are particularly very strong because they come with 2 different decks that have a ton of great staples. Would recommend picking one of those up. As far as how to play, there's a few guides on the official Elestrals channel. The Elestronauts also have a few how to play guides for Elestrals as well. Those are probably the best place to start if you're just getting into the game. I would say it's probably the easiest point is to starter decks and then watch a few how to play guides. Potentially even watch a few of the tournament VODs on the official Elestrals channel to watch how people play and to also listen to some excellent commentary. Bias here, of course. But yeah, it's almost always better to break the board than bypass it. I kind of agree, but Nemastar is very cute. Nemastar is very, very cute. But yeah. Thank you so much. Hey, absolutely. If you ever need inspiration on decks or like again further playing, then we're here for you. And there's an excellent Discord. The official Elestrals Discord is really solid for getting new players involved. A bunch of good deck recommendations. People are always online to play too. So if you're looking for games too, Elestrals Discord is honestly a great place to be, despite the fact that I don't check it very often. New Pandolins. What does the new Pandolins do actually? New Pandolins become suppressed, or when a player is suppressed, expend 1. No, unfortunately, I don't think very good. It's the stats are a little bit weak for this effect to be how it is. I would say that you should like a 5 would be probably better here in this slot. So I don't hate it, but I don't love it. Have we thought about Pulveror at all in a while? Probably not, right? Man, do we just play the bugs? Do we play Toxiri as our starter? That's actually kind of crazy. So Nemastar, maybe not Nemastar. I love Nemastar. I want to play Nemastar at 2. Do we play 3 Terrasail then? Maybe? Is there any way to add this card? It's archaic, it's not as spooky. Dang. I like Comalis with Artemis, searches Spec Champ. I do think we do need to play Comalis in Lunar Nexus. I kind of forgot about this card, honestly. And we might want to play more of the lunar phases. We definitely can play more full moons. We just kind of haven't. So, like, we really can and should. I want to go down in Artemis down to 2, maybe. Or we can cut Fawnlet altogether and then go nuts. But we're going to go up the full moon count to 2, I think. Temple of the Moon, I think the Stadium Runes are really good. If there was a Lunar Searcher for it, I think we definitely would take it. But as a like random one of draw, I don't think it's that great. I would love to see opponents Kinley or Equilinks with Terrastar. They take damage, and that would be kind of funny. It's more of the opponent's one too, it'd be great. Exactly like my list I put out the other day. Honestly, so a lot of the Firestorm decks do kind of build themselves in some capacity. This one will need some fine tuning. I haven't looked at what Terrastar could be. Nemasail, I almost want to get rid of in favor of the Comalis in terms of the Nexuser. You do get Nexusing, like increasing the Nexus stuff, but it'd be like this. Where's Comalis? Boom. Yeah. It'd be something like this, I think, but I don't know, maybe Temple is good because you effectively are boosting everything by a lot, and you want to be able to still beat over the board. I don't know. What are you adding off the Comalis? You can add Champ Spect. You can add the old Spect. You can add another Comalis. We might as well play Pharaohgeist at that point too. Pharaohgeist wouldn't be a bad idea either. Yeah, if we're playing Suppression, do we want the New Moon? I don't hate New Moon in terms of like 1 suppress, but I think I don't know. Can play Moose. Honestly, it might be Postamoose. Postamoose might be it. What's Champ Spect doing? Champ Spect is kind of just here, honestly. I don't think we need to play Champ Spect. That's a good point. we need more Elestrals though. We need more guys. What is Nexus? Not a stupid question at all. Nexusing is effectively moving spirits from around the board. The idea is that certain Elestrals have effects that say Nexus blank. The blank could be any sort of spirit. So it could be Nexus a lunar spirit, Nexus an earth spirit, Nexus a thunder spirit. And what you do is you take spirits from whatever you're nexusing on, typically a Nexus bank, like a Divine Rune can have multiple thunder spirits on it or multiple lunar spirits. And then when you activate the effect to Nexus, you move spirits from that Nexus point to an Elestral or to another card. And typically, cards will have effects if they receive or when they Nexus. Sometimes you can just move the spirits around from Nexusing in general. So the idea is that you're constantly using your resources on the board as well as your spirit deck to either push for advantage, to try to make some cool plays, to ascend. Nexusing is like a key part of Elestrals that honestly doesn't happen as much as I would love it to. But a lot of really great cards do interact with the Nexus mechanic, and it's a really straightforward thing once you get the hang of it, but it will take just a little bit to go. Yeah, you can only activate a Nexus of a card, says right? Yes. Yeah, you can only Nexus of a card when it says to Nexus. So Nexus is a thing that cards can do, but it's not like a central mechanic that players have the option for. Like expending to draw, a little bit different. But yeah, just whenever a card says Nexus. Nexus and typically like Nexus 1, Nexus 2, Nexus up to 3, up to 2. A lot of cards will have the specification there. Or alternatively, like Alter. Alter is a card that says like Nexus 1 and then does a thing. Very simple card. The coolest counter in the game. Would love to see more like it. Alter would be good here. Yeah, Alter might be good here. Again, we're low on Elestrals. We need Elestrals. We need Elestrals here. Hi, Mr. Tool. Hey, what's going on, Bean Soldier? Hello, Josh. I want to say hi, Josh. Good to see you. Hello, hello. We're building Lunar in our wheel of decks. What's any recommendations for Lunar? Anyways, carry off best deck. I knew it. I knew this would be something crazy and silly, like, you know, hey, I was testing earlier and I was beating Kevin and Dymax with carry off. God dang it. I really want to put Hypnopossum or something cool in here, but I think we have to go for like something more generic, maybe. Unfortunate, Nemastar. I love you, Nemastar. Nothing can make me hate you. It's like really fun. It's cool, right? The new carry off and old carry off stuff is like neat. Why not Champ Spect? Champ Spect I think would be good as like a body. I just don't know like what is it doing outside of the outside of like just being a guy. Hey, what's going on, Trish? Hello, good to see you. Hello, everyone. Welcome in the Elestriad Season 4 champion, by the way. Hello, hello. Is this the FTK? I'm trying to just build a deck per element for the Moonrise meta. So far we built Earth, we built Solar, we built Wind, and so we're on to Lunar for our fourth one. And so I'm effectively saying Lunar Nexus is the way to go. So we'll see. Do you have Fire Deck? Not quite yet. Fire Deck is a little bit more straightforward. That's probably gonna be like an artifact deck playing the new cards, but the it's really strong. I think it'd be really, really good, honestly. It's an FTK. Let's go with Chicago Eddies. I've said too much. So apparently, and this is something that I've heard before, Blazerus is also really strong too. What's going on, Sir Tractor, by the way? Hello. I didn't say hi when you popped in earlier, but hello. Good to see you. Welcome in. We built Frost. By the way, Champ Equilinx is so good. It's so good. It's amazing. It's amazing. Excuse me. But yeah. Yo, how's it going, Miwa Bell? Hello. Everyone say hi, Miwa. Hello. Good to see you. Is this the funny purple dog deck? It is. We're building one deck per element inside of Elestrals. So this is going to be our, we're trying to build Lunar in our Lunar shell, effectively. But we've built so far, and I'll kind of go over it for everyone here. So we'll go ahead and save this deck we'll save as Loon for now, and then we'll save over with a better name here in a little bit. But so far, we've got, this is Gas, Galaxy Artifact Swap, or Ass, Artifact Stat Swap, or, again, 3 names for this one, Stat Swap Solar. This deck is probably better with just a water engine slapped on top, to be fair, but this is what we're picking for our solar deck for the Firestorm meta. So where's Bandaloon? True. So Ass or Gas, depending on the day. It's an RA joke, I'm stealing that one. Then we've got BBC or Big Bug Casting for Earth, which is our bonus Earth deck, playing cards like Spinosect for this cute little strategy. Then we have Bugs or in Titan for our Ardbud lineup for what I think would be really good inside of Earth for this format. And again, a good card for combating the Werepup Menace. So there's that. BBC is crazy. Listen, I think you missed the time where we were calling every single deck BBC, big bug control, big body casting, etc., etc., etc. You can work it in a lot of ways. Big battle box Cybermaul for artifacts. Beautiful. Hurricane Beatdown for Wind as well. I think we're playing the champion Aeolus of Chrysor and Sorlet, which I think are very strong with stuff like Fin Dust. So there's that. Every single deck is BBC. True. Every single deck is BBC. True. There's an FTK going around? Yes. Stat Swap Solar, Triple S would be a DMC callback. That's what I'm saying. Call that a Dante connection. So yeah. That's the thing though. This we're on to our really tricky one. I think Solar was tricky. I think Lunar is tricky. Lunar is tricky because Terrastar is a menace. But I don't know what the rest of his build looks like in getting to the Terrastar. Technically, if I had to guess, Terrastar would be like FTK with Terrastar. I don't even know what that would look like. What did I do this time? A great question. I don't think that people are saying that, or are they saying that you did the FTK? Next up to 3, when a player nexus an opponent must expend energy for the nexus received. So the idea would be what? You try to get out a turn 1 Terrastar, and then nexus with Circle the Sky. I don't really think that really works out too well. I mean, you can go like, what? Artemis onto the Terrastar, circle. I have no clue about the FTK. The FTK seems fake. If the Chicago Eddies made it, I think it's up for review. I'll just say that. I'll just say that. Unfortunately, shouts to Brewlock. All right, let's see. What are we gonna put in here for this lunar-based strategy? Third Terrastar could be kind of fun. Alternatively, Toxiri? No, that seems bad. We need more starters here, though, is the question. With a special target, so bad. Terrastar is a lot of fun. I love Terrastar. This whole line is really cool. Again, shoutouts to my little Skyraptors. Bandaloon. True. Nabi. Oh god, Nabi. Jesus. See, Nabi is really strong too. Nabi's always been strong, and Nabi is like still consistently like one of the best Elestrals in the game too. We definitely can play a Nabi package. Nice little clear. Maybe we'll wrap this one up and get that down. Let's do 2-2 and play like a Nabi package. Maybe we cut down on maybe we cut down on Nemastar. I love Nemastar. No! Champ Spec's gotta go. Alright, let's play Nabi instead. Doppelgator, 3 Knobward. Now, this one I think is a little bit more interesting. I don't know if this deck's good. The big thing with this one, unfortunately, I think, is that there's not like a great, like, what's the game plan here? And it's effectively just like Lunar beatdown with a small Nexus engine of Comalis into Terrastar and the Werepup line, which I think could be kind of fun. Alternatively, we could transform this into like a Postamoose deck, which is pretty good, but I don't know. If you enchant something, if misenchant something, you can Nexus to get effect back, like in Stadium. Yes, exactly. Stadium, let's say you play it misenchanted, you Nexus the right element to it, it'll return itself right back on. It's almost like a battery. Think about it that way. I don't even know if I like this list. This list looks like kind of rough. Again, what's the payoff here? Yeah, it needs a lot of help from the other elements. I think it needs like some help, but like we're missing like Lunar Nexus. What do we get from a Lunar Nexus receive is like Nabi, which I don't hate like a battle focus of that. Maybe that's the idea here, is that we're trying to justify this later. Receive one more Solar, we can exchange it for Foretell, which can be kind of fun. So yeah, it was always Champ Like a Void. That's the win. Moose, I think Moose unironically might be like the other game plan. If we don't want to go into this, we can go into Moose or we can go to Foxes. So I think we have to go into Moose. I think we go Moose here. I think maybe we take out like Nabi. It's Nemastar. No, Nemastar. Otherwise it's Terrastar. Terrastar I think is very strong though. Like this thing is crazy. Lease the Meese. No. Lease the Meese is crazy. Lease the Meese is wild. That's insane mode. That's actually like insane. Okay. Oh god, Postamoose. It's Postamoose. It's Postamoose. What do we get rid of for Postamoose? What do we get rid of for Postamoose? Ugh, I hate it. I don't want to get rid of Nemastar. I don't want to get rid of Nemastar. I don't want to get rid of Nemastar. But I have to. I feel like I have to. Ouch. Ah, no, don't look at me. No. No. I got some bad news with the stars. Oh. Are the stars bad? Is Terrastar bad? Please say it ain't so. It's gotta be good somewhere. I think Terrastar, ugh, that sucks. Nemastar is really cool. I think Terrastar has some validity in terms of its drops, but again, maybe we take this out and put back in some counter runes. I think we might be good to go. So, hey, what's going on, Jay? Hello, good to see you. Where are the cookies at, dog? See, listen, we have our Firestorm box ready to go here, and we also have a bunch of boxes for everything else. Cookie stream, 2 weeks. Cookie stream in 2 weeks. How about that? We'll even bake them live. How about that? We haven't gotten to back to our cookies here. Part of that's only because we've opened only one box of Firestorm. I haven't opened enough Firestorm yet to say let's do our cookie stream. But 2 weeks. I'll say 2 weeks on that one. We'll cook stuff, and unfortunately, you know, I'll have to wear actual pants. So I'm not doing that right now. Big baked cookie stream. True. When we live testing, that's also a great question. We should do that. Quick, we should test the FTK. Or we should test bears, maybe? One of those. I know there's probably some people that would be interested in both of those. You don't have to wear pants. True. What kind of cookies? Probably chocolate chip. If we're doing anything, probably chocolate chip. But we could maybe... Okay, we have to pick like 3 cookies to bake. Probably be, if I had to pick my 3 cookies to make in that stream specifically, chocolate chip would be easy peasy. Some type of sugar cookie would probably be all right. And then... Like a Reese's peanut butter Ritz cracker one could be probably kind of good. I know it sounds like I just listed a bunch of things you just buy and then put together, but the answer is true. It's here's your super easy cookie that's gonna feel like insane to eat. You eat like every single one. You take some peanut butter, you take some Ritz, you make a little Ritz sandwich, and you just cover that in chocolate. It's delicious, and you just make a shit ton of those, and they're like the greatest Girl Scout cookie you've ever made at home. They're awesome. Please don't tell me you have an FTK again. Ask the Chicago Eddies. Allegedly ask the Chicago Eddies that there's an FTK. I don't believe it to be true. I'm not gonna, I think that, I'm not saying they're lying, but if I had to pick one Elestrals card to represent the claims that there's an FTK, I think I'd have to go into the solar and I have to scroll all the way to the back. That's all I would say, is that I think that if it's the Chicagoans doing it, all I would say is that there's only one thing that I could think of when I think of that statement. So, you know. There is an FTK, but it's not as consistent as the old FTK. I can believe that. I can believe that to be true. That I can believe. But it's not really a first turn that is a one, but like, yes, Chronodile. True. True. Okay. Solar. Oh man, I love Terrastar. Terrastar is so cool, but maybe we move Terrastar back and in favor of what? Third Fawnlet? Maybe some suppression stuff. Maybe. Waspire still an FTK? Oh, I got you. Like the burn shenanigans with the Waspire discards. Lamau. Can we Drogalis FTK? I don't know if we can do that. New spec Necrolith. I don't like the new Necrolith. I don't think it's as good as like handling like a Werepup board as like Specterus. So that's kind of like my only thing around it. Like if we do this, it'd be like a 1-1 scenario where we do like 1. But I feel like if we're doing 1-1 on the Necrolith into the Specterus line, like we'd have to cut, or we'd have to justify playing like a Specter or playing Toxiri for getting to like our Dense Fog line. Which again, we could build Night Venom, which I would love to do. Night Venom would be really cool, I think. But how consistent is that compared? Like, are we just building suppression control? Yeah, I mean maybe, right? Like the thing is that these cards having two suppressed cards, the opponent having them, kind of difficult to pull off. But like, no, I don't know. No. You can ascend from a 1 to 3 cost Celestial. No. You can only if that 1 cost Celestial has 2 spirits underneath it. That make any sense? No, we ascend the Spectaris in the Necrolith. Oh, I got you. You're saying that we play the Champion of Artemis Spect, we then ascend that into the Necrolith. Got you. Then we're, at this point, we're playing No Stone. I mean, suppression control is real. Man, I'm really struggling with this Lunar Brew. I think if I had to say anything about this, is that this deck seems like it's lacking, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 starters with some payoff. It seems pretty okay. I dabbled in a New Moon, a similar list, and it felt kind of like the worst card in the list, but I get the theory. It's having the extra Lunar Spirits, I think, is solid for the Nexus stuff, unfortunately. But yeah, so you either need to re-enchant or somehow Nexus it, then ascend. Absolutely, yes, exactly right. New Moon sounds like it's worse Artemis for the most part. Yeah, that's kind of I agree. I'm surprised you didn't try to build Night Venom. I kind of want to build Night Venom. Like, this deck seems neat, but if I had to build suppression control, like true suppression control, this is kind of what I would do. Let's clear this list out. Let's delete this deck, and let's go for Nightman. And we're gonna build suppression control. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Where are you? 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Boop, 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 boop. 1, 2, 3. Boop, 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 boop. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2. Here's our start. I think a true suppression control list is very playable. I also agree. I think that this is like, again, this would also be including, now that we have the Dense Fog line, I feel a little more comfortable playing something like the Necrolith at 2. Lunar. If we are playing Night Venom, it's probably only as a one of, but again, I think because this list is leaning into the Talk series, we actually might make a little splash of the Ardbud. And again, this is the Elestrals to give a mouse a cookie deck building, where it's like, you might as well play Ardvarum, you might as well play Ardbud. Like, this would be the Lunar half of the Lunar portion of Ardbud is playing suppression control with Ardvarum instead. Consider Monsoon. Monsoon can be pretty all right. Again, that's pretty decent to go and then go nuts, right? Are we doing Ardbud for EQ? Yeah, right. I think that'd be kind of like the part we would do, right? Yeah, gets one card away from a complete list and can't decide on it, or just scrap the list. Kind of, right? That's kind of the neat part of the Elestrals deck building, is that you kind of just like, you can build a complete list, but to me, if that list looks garbage, I'm not sending that. I'm only going to send this list if I think it looks at least halfway decent. And that's the Artifactus Argo. True. No. Fail to find on the Argo target goes crazy. Completely correct. True. There we go. Yeah, win this game in the moment or hits the board. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so we go, I don't know. This list also looks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 starters. Pretty okay. We have ways to out the board for Spect. We're also playing 2 champ. Again, I think if we're playing this list, we cut down on 1 Night Venom, 1 Necrolith to play the Ardvarum line. Which at this point, where this is only in here to satisfy the Ardbud package and the rest of the bugs, not necessarily like something like super great. Cut the Night Venom, go for EQ. Yeah, I don't love. Well, I mean, I think I like Night Venom for discard too, but like Night Venom is, I wish Night Venom was better. Night Venom are in the Aardvarm. We're already playing the End Titan line. I think you're kind of right. We do. I think we play the EQ here. Yeah, something like this. It's for psychic damage. True. That's even better. We have so many ways to like destroy cards on the board. The only thing we're really missing is like a Fawnlet line, but this is like the Lunar side. So yeah. The second we get titled Dense Fog, I'd say Night Venom is playable. I can agree with that. I can 100% agree with that. So yeah, this is like the Lunar version of it. Like if I'm not playing this is like the Earth version of it, so to speak, is just bugs. Earth Shell has a little more beaters to it, a little more utility in terms of the nexusing for like the Earth and the Argo package. I think if we're playing Night Venom or the Toxiri stuff, this gets a little bit into to give a mouse a cookie deck building with Elestrals. If I'm playing Ardbud, I might as well play Argo. I might as well play the Nexus cards. I might as well play Aardvarm. I might as well play Titan. If I'm playing these cards, I might as well be playing Spectrus. If I'm playing Toxiri, I might as well be playing Dense Fog, and so on and so on and so on. So again, as a Lunar list, this is about like suppression control, unless we want to play in like more Necroliths, if we want to play in more, what's it called? If we want to play in the Night Venom realm to have one of these cards stick, put Night Venom, go Dense Fog, pop 2. Sounds crazy. Not happening very often, I'll tell you that right now. So this is like a really weird one, right? Love this list in theory. In practice, how hard does this list go? I don't know. Really good question, actually. So I think though this might be the best version of a Lunar deck that we can have, like in terms of a straight Lunar deck. Again, there's a lot of options that Lunar has to go into. If we go back into the Lunar decks, we have like Comalis to search out like a little more ways to get into like Postamoose, which Postamoose I think is very strong. Suppression Control is a deck that does exist, and we can get into the Artemis line. Like if we cut the End Titan stuff, like if we cut in Titan here, which again, if we cut in Titan here, then yeah, it looks like I have a monster's turn 2 if your opponent does the Lycanroc thing. Exactly, or Lycanroc, the Lyca Void thing. Yes. That's kind of the idea within Titan or Ardbud. Ardbud, search, spect go into your line like insanely. Dense Fog kind of sucks because it's like not really good against the Werepup stuff. That's kind of the only problem with this list, is it's good against everything else, bad against the Werepup line. If we cut this package, we could easily slide in the Postamoose, Fawnlet with Artemis stuff, and this could be like a true suppression control. Do we need 13 back row? Yes. Unfortunately, yes. 13 back row is, I wouldn't say pretty standard at the moment, but heavy back row inside a meta where Hurricane is very real, and you also need a good mix between like protection. Anything less, I think you'll see games where you just like lose because you aren't seeing enough protection or defense, which can be kind of challenging, right? We might not need Dense Fog though. Like we could probably cut a Dense Fog and play something else in the main, for in terms of Elestrals. I don't hate that, but like big question on what to do here, right? I don't know. We love Dense Rob. True. We do. Absolutely. So I'm okay with shipping this one. Let's do Spirits real quick. If we don't want to do the Ardbud line, let me just say, we'll swap this out real quick. If we don't want to do Ardbud, then I would suggest that we do like Comalis, and we do Comalis into Comalis with a like Postamoose line with Artemis, and we do, where's Fawnlet? We cut down like Champ Spect down to 1. We cut down the Toxiri to 2, and Dense Fog we could probably play a little more. We want to go for a double Fawnlet line maybe. Where is double Fawnlet line? Something like this. Yeah. Geist and a Liar. Geist and a Liar also could be pretty good. Geist and a Liar, name of So yeah, these lists are looking at tonight, getting archived anywhere. Yes, so this VOD will be watchable on YouTube. All the VODs will be located in our live section on the Elestrals channel. As well, I plan on cutting this video down into a more cohesive deck building video that we're going to place on the channel too, for inspiration for decks that are going to be played or playable inside the Firestorm meta. So I think this is pretty decent. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 starters. Pretty all right. Pretty good protection in terms of the Comalis line. Might want to play an extra target for Necklace or for Argo. So maybe like cut down one tip and play also there we go, a Poison Tunic. Feels like we're also low on guys though, so maybe go up into the Toxiri line or maybe up into the Necrolith line. I don't hate playing only 2 Dense Fog, 3 Toxiri, and Toxiri is like a relatively okay static guy, or a 3rd Fawnlet. Probably need another Artemis though. So I think we go down 1 Dense Fog, up 1 Artemis, which I think has a little more utility in terms of what we're needing. So we go for Artemis here. And then, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Seems kind of low on the drops. Earthquake, I think we could, unfortunately, I think we have to cut Earthquake for an additional, like, Fawnlet, maybe. Yeah, just kind of really see our, like, increase our chances of seeing what we need to see. Probably another Full Moon could also be pretty good, but I'm okay with calling this one here. And I'm calling this one, I think, Lise the Mies. Thank you, Sir Tractor, for that one. So this is going to be, I think, for the Lunar deck, Posthumous. We'll say Posthumous is pretty good for this one. Suppression Control, I think, is fairly strong. This is definitely not optimized. I think that Lunar is one of the more difficult elements to build, and Posthumous is one of these decks that has seen results before. Shouts to Brewlock. And what did we really get different inside of the Firestorm? Well, we got Champ Spect, and we also have the Champ Artemis, Lycovoid, which I think is very strong. Plus, Lycovoid can also pair really well with something like Artemis to target and destroy a suppressed Elestral, which I think can be really nice. Plus, we have Necrolith for popping. Posthumous can destroy cards. A lot of good little synergies here that also Comalis can get into, which I think is decent. Spectaris is also one of the best beaters inside the format right now, so keep that in mind. So I think we're good with shipping this one. Let's do Spirit Math and wrap this up. It's effectively going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and then 3 Water Spirits. You could tech in like a Frost Spirit or 2, or whatever, just for like the cryoblast of it all if you really want to. But for the most part, this is what I would say is like fine. 1 billion Lunar Spirits and everything else. So there's that. We have the Champ Void making your Spect huge. Spectaris becomes like an 8, right? So we have like 1, 2. Yeah, this becomes like a 6, 7. It becomes a 7 if they do the max. It becomes a 6 if not. That's wild. That's crazy. In fact, I think Lunar has a few cards that are so much stronger than the rest of its cards that makes it hard to figure out what others they should actually play. Also agree. There's so many Lunar cards that are really bad, and the good Lunar cards are really, really good. The Lunar also has a hard time, I think, splashing other decks, or other certain Lunar strategies have a hard time splashing in certain elements into it, just because of, like, again, to give a mouse a cookie, if you're going to be playing this card, you might as well play this card, which means the deck space is really tight. Yeah, that kind of like effectively boils down Lunar's problem compared to Solar. Solar has really good cards, but loves to be splashed. Lunar does not. It's like night and day. All right, so this is our Lunar list for Firestorm. Let's move on. We've got 4 elements still up on the wheel here. Boop-boop. Let's see what we get for our 4th one. Ooh, Fire. You know, this is gonna be really funny. Fire is very straightforward. Fire is a super straightforward, really easy deck to build. And is Moose actually that good? Moose is really solid. I think Moose gets better in this format than it's ever has been. So we'll see. Oh, I've got the heat. Oh, do you? So Fire is like a really weird one. Fire got a lot of really nice options inside of Shattered Stars. It also got a lot of really great tools inside of Firestorm. Now, we kind of already have an idea of what is good with Fire at the moment because we had a little bit of time to cook with this. So there's a couple of different strategies we can do. Bears is really good. We also have the Nexus stuff with Kinleo and the artifact stuff, Fargo, if you will, also very strong. So there's like a bunch of different types of strategies. Blazerus is also really good. So I think what we can do is build like a bear list for Fire because it's predominantly a Fire strategy. We also can build maybe Fargo or Fire Nexus. So let's do for us the Fire Nexus stuff. Blazers go crazy. Blazers is also really strong. Blazers I think can be really good. 3 elements left. Let's go ahead and build. Let's cook. Let's cook here. So new deck. Let's go into our Fire deck. Again, Fire has such a good pool of Elestrals that are all fairly strong. First, 1 Ash Rabbit, 3 Nekruff. We're playing 3 Volcaries, maybe 2. Oh, Warmite. Oh my god, I forgot about Spiders. Spiders is also really crazy, by the way. Like, the Hestia stuff is, like, really, really good. New Ignector and Hestia makes Scavicle finally good. Right? Like, it's the new Hestia stuff, turboing out Scavicle is, like, really strong. Is Bear actually a Fire deck? It's like a Fire Frost, like, hodgepodge homogeny. Spiders is also a consideration here for Fire, because technically you're playing a larger Fire package inside of Spiders, but oof, gosh. I got stomped by Spiders at locals yesterday. Spiders is very, very good. Very, very good. We want to run OG run. I think we do for our stuff here, but let me go into Kinleo. Only really need 2, I think. Then we can have Eruption. I think Eruption you want 2 of. Reforge is kind of cool. I think Reforge you could do a lot with. Again, so many good cards in the pool. Let's go for 2 Hephaestus. You want to search, I think, Torch. I think you want to search Anvil. Hestia, maybe. Maybe Hestia. Maybe. We stoke in our flame. I mean, I think you can, but alternatively, I think what you do instead is you go for the water side of things, and you get to the search for Smoltuga. I think Smoltuga is really strong here. Again, let's add our Mirepoix, that way we can see what cards we really want to mess with. 2, I think here, 1, 2, 3. We'll go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Maybe 3 for Argo, because it's a Fire Nexus deck. And again, we're going to add in our Fire strategy here. So we have 3 artifacts, which we probably want to add more of. But there's this. All right, chat, have a good night. Thank you, Sir Tractor, for being here. Everyone say bye, Sir Tractor. Thank you so much for the great suggestions. And don't get me wrong. As much as I would love to say that we're not going to get lost, I think we're already there. I think we're already lost in the sauce as it is. But thank you for being here. We'll hopefully see you around soon. All right, you can cut Ambro for Reforge. I think you could play both. I think Ambro and Reforge are like insane, unfortunately. Unfortunately, very, very good. Do you even want to play 1 Fire? I don't think you really need to. In fact, you might want to just play Torch, even. 2 Torch? I don't really need 2 Torch. You can play 1 Torch, and I think you might even want to play the new Rummikul. New Rummikul, getting your artifact rune from the underworld out to your hand. Maybe 2 of that's pretty good. Lavalith for sure, as well. Lavalith, where are you at? Boom, pretty solid. And we have 3 cards to play with, which I think would need to be like, again, sadly, probably like 3 Astro Rabbit. This is kind of the cool part about Fire is that like Fire has a lot of really strong options for cards. This is like a really basic, like really no thinking, like Fire strategy. Definitely want Liar. Liar, yes, probably Liar because you just can effectively. At that point, you might as well play Cypher Maul for the solar stuff, honestly. So this is like a really weird cross section between like, are we cooking at the winds? The winds I think are not amazing, by the way. Not Sirocco I think is a cool card. I don't know if it really gets us anything, right? Because like people are just gonna still attack, pretty much regardless. And it'll save you for 1 turn. You spend 2 cards, they pass back, and you're like, okay, cool. I wasted 2 spirits to stop like an attack ish, but it's not quite negate attack, and it's not quite like. I think enough of a deterrent, if that makes any sense. But yeah. Unfortunately, someone is purposely stalling the timer and Clash against me right now. That sucks. That sucks, especially because the queue probably takes a second. So having to wait for that and for the queue, that's unfortunate. That really is unfortunate. What if you go Unga Bunga Change? I think Change is really good. We need to add another Elestral, a couple Elestrals to this fire pool. So unfortunately, we will be dipping into, sadly, the Thunder pool and grabbing Ass Rabbit. Here we are, Pet Shop once again. Putting a Torchin? We can put in a Torchin. I love Torchin. Torchin's so cool. See, if we want it like Rabbit, I hate Rabbit so much. If we take out Rabbit, Rabbit's a good card to have. But this is kind of the problem, is that this deck is so like condensed and confined that this is all you really need. Again, no thinking. No thinking. Just search your starters. That's what I'm saying. But if you want to go for like the most basic fire strategy possible, you do something like this. You go like Nexus with Kinleo with your fire artifact stuff, like really simple, really super straightforward. Not a whole lot of sauce here, right? We need 3 Kinleo, probably doing 3 Kinleo on some level. Kinleo's like the weakest of the fire Argo stuff, realistically. But it's like, this is like what you would do if you were making just Fargo. But we're not making just Fargo. So this is what I would say if you are looking at the basic stuff from Firestorm inside the fire. This is what you would do. Now, how would I play inside of fire? There's 2 decks that I want to play inside of fire, and that is Spiders and that is Bears. Let's talk those decks. So I would say, and this is like the really cool part about the fire strategy. I probably should have kept all these counter runes in here, but we'll just fix that later. Spiders, I think, are really cool this format. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Where are we at? Here. 1, 2, 3. And then we have 1, 2, 3. Spiders with Hestia's Hearth and Warmite as a front are really, really strong, right? I figured that Torchin is an insect, right? Torchin is an insect. It's kind of fun. Playing 3 Ram Ranch, Paranchni. Paranchni is a lot of fun. I don't think it's that good. Because like in the Ascension, like we need to be able to spam this with like the Ignector stuff, which is also pretty all right. We can definitely do that. But here's how I'd be playing if we were playing Spiders on some level, is like 3 Kite Mite, 3 Warmites, 3 other Warmites. We'd probably playing the Frost one as well, just so we can have like a little bit of removal to the Frost. And then this is, I think, where we run into the Rumicole stuff. I think we want to play like Rumicole as like a searcher for our Arachne's lair, our Ranch's lair. And then we go into our counter rune suite. Let's go and go into our 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't think we really need to have like Argo, but we could. There's no big Nexuser here, unfortunately. That's kind of fine for us. The Wind 2-drop Spider. I don't know if I want to play this card. It is really good, and it's like technically a Lith that's really like a hard to out solid body. So I don't hate it at all. We can play 2 of this, and it's probably fine. Let's see, what am I missing here in terms of spiders? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 Elestrals. We probably do need like a little bit extra up in here. In terms of like stuff. So what does this one do? Flare Ranch, Polar Ranch, Kite Mite, Frostmite, Warmite. So here's the other thing. What I want to do with this is probably add in our consistency searchers. So things like Smoltuga, which immediately gets us into like a fire package and potentially even like a water package. I don't mind Champ Galaxy to swap stuff, but it's kind of like a weird inclusion because these are effectively like just removal in itself. So the bugs are very, very strong. Big fan of all of them entirely. Yeah, we're on fire, so we want Smoltuga and Kinleo. I think we also want Nekruff. Like maybe Nekruff. We definitely want Lavalith though. That's definitely for sure. Where is our Lavalith? Definitely want the Lavalith here. Yeah, absolutely Lavalith. Effectively, we're playing like 3 Liths in this deck. So now that we have this, We go into 1, 2, 3, 4 cards that we have left over. Could be Argo. Argo could be fine. Hestia's Hearth combination is like really, really strong. This combined with the Warmite champ is like crazy good. I almost want to play like Hurricane inside this deck. We can afford the spirits for Hurricane because we're already kind of playing 3/5 of the Hurricane stuff. But what I like about this too is that it effectively makes us go into like champ Hestia, like heal back spirits from like fire, much better because we can just save the Hurricanes for like other things. So I don't even mind going like Small Tuga to search for that and then going for Hurricane stuff. So what if we did like, what if we did, where's Hurricane? Hurricane. Like 2 Hurricane and then, beats me after that, honestly. Probably should be on Altar. Altar could be good. I think we might cut Rummikul down to 2 and then we play like something else. But let's see what else. What do we need elsewise here? Oh, Tsunami. I'm like really silly. Of course we need Tsunami. Tsunami. Boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with potential Hestia's Hearth, which we probably could play 2 of. Are we not playing Hestia? I think Hestia's expensive. Like Hestia is a pretty solid card overall. Like for a deck strategy like this is trying to swarm the field. But there's definitely a lot better things we could be doing. But Hestia is, I think, very like experimental. Hestia, I think, is a card that we will see play, and we will also see like Blazerous stuff be really crazy. But I do think that Hestia's big downside is that it's really expensive. So yeah, I don't know. Hestia in hand plus multiple spiders in ranch goes crazy. Oh, absolutely it does. 110% it does. Yeah. Even when Cole was at its peak running through is kind of sus. Yeah, I want to cut like Rummikul. I think because we just want to like we want to maximize Lair, but we don't really want to maximize Rummikul. And instead, I think we could maybe play like maybe Tip. Maybe just 3rd Tip. It's probably fine. I don't know why we'd be on Cole instead of Jolton. Just slots into the spirits better, like fire wise. But I think instead we probably could just play Jolton, and that would justify the Hurricanes. So I can kind of agree with that. Plus it's like a more solid body. So especially in like this list. Now we need one more card, and you know what's crazy? Shoutouts to Aria on this one. We need one more card. Torchin. Unless we're talking about Champ Torchin. Champ Torchin, search Hestia, do stuff is like really cool. But like, I mean, do we need it? So, big fan of this one. Big fan of this one. So this I think is spiders. If I had to build a fire deck for the format, I would want to experiment at the very least with a spider type build. Why is this considered fire? Because a majority of the spiders and the good spiders are fire. But also this and bears, there's tons of different strategies that are like emerging. Blazers is pretty cool. Necroth is a solid card. Kinleo with like Fargo stuff is like, it's like so good. It's like so good. Nog is better than Jolton. I think if we're playing Nog, we might as well play the Ignector stuff, right? We might as well play Ignector plus the other Ignector for Nog draws. At that point, again, to give Massive Cookie stuff, at this point, we probably should be playing the Rummikul into the Scavicul line. So, and then Ardbud to search Torchin. Exactly. Yeah, something about Nog feels free. Well, I think because we're healing with the Hestia's Hearth, effectively. Well, not like healing. It'd be like Warmite. Warmite plus Nog effectively would be the idea. But Jolton's a solid beater enough to get Arachne's Lair to set up. I don't really hate it, right? So yeah, plays like 5 more card advantage. Yeah, that's probably a good way of putting it. I wouldn't hate putting in like, again, instead of Torchin. Love Torchin. Boop. If we're being honest, we can take out Torchin. We can take out like maybe we can take out an Arachne's Lair or a Jolton and go into like something else. We could also take out a Hestia's Hearth because I don't love Hestia's Hearth if we don't see the champion Warmite. So it'd be like 2 Hearth and then go like Nog here, right? Oop. Like that. Needs more Eddie. True. True. The Hurricane is a little bit sus. Again, really expensive, but it's a kind of a better way to get like the spirits out. And we're already playing the spirits anyway, so we might as well. This spirit math is going to be a little bit crazy. So let's go ahead and like try spirit math here real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like 4. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need like 5 wind. No, this is super weird. And then 2 lightning. Because we only really need 1 for the hurricane. And then the rest could be fire or water. It's probably got to be like an extra fire and an extra wind. Yeah. No, we need frost. Fuck. Well, we only need 1 frost. This only needs to go off once realistically. Wow. And I think maybe it's wind. 1, 2, 1, 1. Probably that. Probably that, honestly, unless we want to do 2 frost. So this is a little bit funky, but this might be a decent enough spider strategy. Again, really play around with the ratios on this one here in terms of like stuff. Yeah, Cryoblast goes crazy to Frostmite. I think more removal could be good. Like Hurricane, like I think is a little bit sus. We're playing the spirits for Hurricane, so it's like, I don't know. And also this allows you to like clear board and like make sure your champ stuff goes off. It is a little bit expensive though, so I don't really love that. If we cut the Hurricane, what does it look like for our spirit count? We do like 1 cut a wind, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's like 5 wind seems okay. And we go an extra frost for 2 cryoblast, like that. So it'd be like something like this is probably okay. So I don't hate that at all. So this is, I think, a pretty decent base for spiders, right? Yeah, so you're able to out-turn 1 pup. I kind of agree. Like, I think that's like why I like Cryoblast and Hurricane. Probably you could side one or the other. So I think this is we'll go give this one a quick little spooters. We'll get some for we'll get someone actually we'll call this one Piter. Piter. Wait, did not save? Piter. Save deck. Whoa! It didn't save. Whoa, 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 hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey. Why can't I name it Piter? Spider? It likes spider, that's weird. Okay, we'll call this one Spider for now. So this is the spiders. I think that Fire has a lot of different ways you can go about playing it into this format. Bears, Blazerous, artifacts, got a lot of really great stuff. Again, the new Ignector line is super cool. And Spiders plays a lot of fire. Again, a lot of the cards that are key players in this strategy, like the Champion Warmite, the Old Warmite, Hestia's Hearth, and the Arachne's Lair are all fire. Very, very cool. Very, very cool stuff. So I think that I like this one in terms of showcasing some of the new stuff about Firestorm. And we can go on to the next one. Okay, before we get into the next one, I'm gonna take like a couple minutes to go to one too many water. That actually might be true. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. We probably only need, yeah, that's right. Go into an extra fire. Oop. Here we go. Yeah, this is probably good. Yeah, actually take out the water, extra fire. Seems fine. Or it could be a wind. Either or. All right. I'm going to go and go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I would say, in the meantime, enjoy the keys. Okay. Be right back. Bye-bye. Woo. No, these are live keys. I can pull them away really fast. See? Boom. Easy peasy. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back, welcome back. We are here and we are back with the I took out the sweater. I was getting really hot. So, unfortunately, we are we had to say goodbye to the sweater. But that's okay. Very much okay. All right, so I'm gonna do a sound check real quick as we're back. Yep, sounds good. Okay, so moving on, we have a couple more to do for our deck building session tonight. We've got 3 more to do. I'm excited for a couple of them. I haven't built some for these 3 specifically, except for Frost. So we'll go ahead and try and spin for another one. So let's go. Let's see what we can do. Ooh, oh. Well, I'm sad Sir Tractor's gone for this one, but this is literally the one deck I've been testing extensively with. We got so many good new cards for Frost inside of Firestorm. It's crazy business. So let's go ahead and run the Frost real quick. This is one of the best decks, I think, by far, inside the new set. It's awesome. Let's talk about it. And after that, we have 2 more decks left. We're actually making our way pretty well. But 7-hour stream, surely. Okay. Chivalror, surely. Let's go. All right, so I do have a deck already built for this, by the way. But we're gonna go ahead and just go for a new deck. And we'll go into the Frost, and I'll show you exactly what I want to build for this. Let's talk about Frost. The new stuff that Firestorm gave Frost is wild. Particularly Champion of Keon Brummelinks and Bunnix. I'm gonna give you exactly the build I'm rocking right now. And testing for Brummelinks and testing for the bunny. They are so good, it's crazy. They are so good, it's wild. All right, 3 Brummelinks. Don't even have to think about it. Just put it in there. It's so good. 3 bunny, also really strong, decent statted, but what it allows you to do is search 2 of the new cards inside of Firestorm, which is where are you? I'm freaking out. Where are you? Beep. Nixon form, Risen form, and the Fallen form, which actually, do they have the full arts in here? Do they? I don't see them. No! I don't see them. No, no. Anyways. All right, so these are the 2 big ones. Effectively, Risen form and Fallen form, Ballin form, really. These 2 cards are really strong with this engine. Bunnix gets your immediate stuff online. If you're able to protect the Bunnix, then you can go into your Risen form or your Fallen form super easily. The thing, though, is that Champion of Keon Brummelinks, also super incredibly powerful, because what you can do is search 2 of the strongest cards in the game, aka Blizzard, which you're playing 2 of, and Boreas, which you probably could play 2 of, honestly. As well, we have Cryoblast, so we have backer removal, stat boosting, makes everything huge, 5/5, this is a 5/3, things become large, and we have Elestral removal with the Cryoblast, making sure Bunny can also hit over things too. This is like the most insane list of all time. Then we have Cryovern for 2, which means we're also playing our Cryoling package, and Frostix, and 1, 2, 3. Also, because we're playing Frost, we gotta play a copy of Narpoon, 3 copies of Narpoon, and let's go ahead and go for our Mirepoix here. Easy peasy. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I think it's probably a 3rd one here. What do I meant? Oh, third. I don't know why I'm not playing a 3rd Cryoling. And missing 2 cards here. Let me consult my same deck list real quick. Let's see. 3 Narpoon, Cryoling, Cryovern, Bunnix, Fallen Risen. 3/3. Oh, there it is. tech, which I think is really, really strong considering we're playing 2 copies of Spectaris. So this is the list. This is really, really strong. So the idea here is you have a ton of great starters in the deck. Frost has a billion good ways to gain value and to like really establish a board state that's really hard to out or like just really imposing. So you have a lot of really good offensive pressure, a lot of really strong defensive pressure, and tons of ways to get into it. And Narpoon searches all of them. So turn 1, Narpoon, 4 body that's unaffected by Tsunami, very good. Brummeling's Keon. Brummeling's is amazing for searching cards like Blizzard and Boreas. Blizzard has come up so many times, allowing your Elestrals like to set up or swing. And then Boreas boosting everything to a 5 or higher is wild. Cryoverin crashes with Champ Galaxy. Did you know that? Learning that the hard way today. So after this, the only thing that's to consider here is Bunnix. The Bunnix line is kind of sad because like I think Bunnix is actually really strong, and Risen and Fallen, when they drop down, they are incredibly powerful. The only problem with them, like realistically, is that these cards are like, they're not always safe to drop, right? So if you go Bunnix turn 1, or you go like Keon turn 1, Bunnix turn 2, and then you have a counter runes and protection to keep these guys alive. At that point after, you can then ascend into the Risen form, and then the loop is complete. But oftentimes it's not super safe considering back row or counter runes, is why I'm also playing like heavy Blizzard. But I do think that if you were to substitute the Bunnix package and the Fallen and Risen form for something else, you could play like generic beaters, you could play like Pelaquarius into the Champ Galaxy, and that's also super strong. Makes it really hard for your opponent to really deal with stuff. And I think that is all like wrapped up in a really nice, neat package. This is a very, like, again, one of the most straightforward decks to build, but I think honestly, one of the best decks is this Champion of Keon, Brummelinx, and Bunnix. Excuse me for a second. All right, so this is, I think, what we're going to be building for Frost. Frost is crazy. A bunch of different ways to play Frost. Some people playing Morolith, some people playing like the Bomb and the Morfrost stuff. I personally don't love that engine. I think you can do very much just fine with this. And Bunnix being able to turn online, yes, your Moroliths to play into like your bigger bodies for turn 2. More ways to turn on that strategy I think is really good. But I like this more low to the ground effort. And again, maybe replacing these cards with like Champ Galaxy could be really strong. But for now, Bunnix and Champion of Keon and Brummelinx carry so hard instead of a strategy like this. So quick spirit math here. We have a 1-2 for our Owloons. We have a, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4 water, 3 solar, and 11 frost. That's it. Buddy go crazy. It does. It's so good. Wakey. Night. Boop. Perfect. Can't believe you speak ill will against Morfrost. Literally the Morfrost master. However, I am not one of them. Bunny is so good. So, okay. Again, considerations for this deck. If we do not want to play like the Risen form and Bunnix for Frost, similar to what we talked about previously with Solar, how we like have some pretty good, decent 5 strategy beaters, here's what I would do instead of this. I would do cut the Bunnix, cut the Risen and Fallen, and instead we're playing cards like Champion Galaxy, and then maybe like 2 Pelaquarius or something, or Rabbit. We play like Rabbit, Pelaquarius, Galaxy, and this is your Frost shell that gets you everything. Every card searches. You can even cut Catarant to have like a really even like Elestrals pool of like this. Like this is a strategy that I think is just constantly gaining you value, really hard to out, can put on immense pressure. But again, I'm a bigger fan of the of this. So we go Wakey, Night. This has felt great. super fun to do. I love Risen and Fallen form. Have fun with this one. It's very solid. Really straight. Just like easy peasy. Yeah, you know what would be good here? Take the bunnies out and put some Heracross in there. True. Actually, yeah, the Spine Nymph Rhinosect gets a lot better in this format because there's a lot of different ways that like Spinosect comes to be relevant in clearing boards. But you have to take out that, and then like it becomes really bricky, I think. So you take out like that 5 package to go Spine Nymph, 3 Spine Nymph, 2 Rhinosect, and then that would be the deck too. Also completely okay. The spirits get a little bit funky at that point, but also really strong. So it's either playing the Spino Rhino or Nixamera. Spino Rhino, Nixamera are both very, very good, both kind of utilizing different aspects of the Firestorm deck. I'm a big fan of this one because I think it gets you a lot of like really strong plays without having to worry about combo tools, and can still put on a lot of pressure. I think it's a lot of fun. So big fan of this one. Play Bunnix. Let's go. Oh, I'm muted. Lamau. Classic. Effectively, Imperawatt is good any single day now. Josh is cooking up a Imperawatt deck as we speak. Literally every second that Josh isn't building like the best tier 1 strategy in the game, he's thinking about Imperawatt. And to be fair, both those things are true. Tier 1 Super Threat Imperawatt. The Morphoros list that he posted, it's on the channel here if you want to check that out here too. That one's a lot of fun and also pretty solid overall. Now, how does Imperawatt play into this? Man, Snowwaddle, my goat. Come on, Snowwaddle. Come back to me. All right, so Frost is solid with 2 more elements on the wheel of Elestrals to go into. And I think these 2 are probably the most straightforward. Honestly, Thunder might be a little bit hard because we have a ton of different versions of Thunder we can build, but obviously Champ, Zeus, and Sparkit are like the 2 routes we can go. Water though, Water I think has 1 route and 1 route only, and it's like kind of terrifying. So we talked about previously the stat swap Water that you could play like more of a Mustation engine with eddies, but I think we might go for the, well, we'll get there. It's effectively what everyone thinks it is, so we'll just hopefully we'll get Water here. Let's spin it. 50-50 shot. Okay, we're building Water last. We're going for Thunder. So Thunder is really simple. We got a lot of really good tools and really a lot of new stuff for Thunder, but some of it's not that great, and other cards are busted. So let's talk about Thunder. Let's build Thunder and go over the new stuff. Oop. And one element left just for safekeeping. Let's cook Thunder. Oh, Thunder, my beloved. As a Thundercaster and probably the one of the largest Thunder players of all time, Thunder enjoyers of all time, here's what we got that was new. Ankyloshock was really cool, very cute, very new. We did get Champion Elechic Zeus and the Champion Griffuse and the Champion Voltempest, all very strong. But the crazy cards are cards like Champion of Zeus Fulguri's, the Escape from Tartarus Sparkit, and the best card inside the entire Thunder arsenal, Champion of Zeus Titanostrike. This card is unironically one of the best cards in the game. It is so good to be able to search Thunderstorm and have a big 4/4 body that's really hard to out. It becomes a 5/5 Jolton. Again, they Brummelinks too, but Jolton is like really strong. Opens up a lot of options for things like Fun Glow, which I would love to do. Fun Glow, Brontiglow into Pog Strike. That's what I'm saying. It's so good. And also gives Thunder an extra starter that's not Rabbit now that Elechic is banned, which is unfortunate. I think Fulgari's is really good. Jolton at 3, obviously. We can even play Toxion as like a one-of strategy, which could be pretty decent. Sparkit is like a consideration to play here, but I think I'd rather play like, I think I'd rather play the Champ Voltempest jump scare with the Fulgaris line, honestly. But we're gonna go ahead and go for 2 Thunderstorm here off the Titanostrikes. We have 3 Zeus for sure, 2 Mount Olympus. We might as well play a Race the Top, but I don't really love Race the Top. So instead, we're gonna go for Hurricanes on the. Well, we don't really need Hurricane and Thunderstorm, but we can. We can. Then we need kind of some filler Elestrals. So let's go ahead and go for our Mirepoix here now that we're kind of fleshing out everything else. 1, 2, we go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Alter also, because Thunder's bread and butter for Alter is about correct. We're missing some Elestrals here, so a little bit tricky because this, like as a basic Thunder strategy, is a little messed up. We could play Argo into Lyre with like Pluckies to play like Plucky shenanigans and try to search the Zeus that way, which I don't hate, because a lot of times what we can do is like waste the turn on the Plucky, use as a 4/4 body with Zeus. Well, not 4/4, it's a 1/4 still, so it's a little bit still a little tricky. But then we can then have Fulgaris turn online, which is a very, very strong card with Zeus as it's like kind of an Equilinx. But again, the champion of the show is like Champion Titanostrike Zeus. And we go into something else, yeah. Is there an earthly or thunderly way that we can we can talk ourselves into running Jinzo? I mean, we could run Jinzo. Sonicore is like, so Sonicore is weird. I think Sonicore is a fairly competent card. Sonicore is like, Sonicore I don't think is like amazing, unfortunately. Again, Ascensions are kind of hard to get off in this game in general, so they have to be like really worth it. And Sonicore is worth it, but like, man, you'd rather be playing something else, I think. It's just another Riceros, true. So true. So I don't know. Alternatively, you could play Voltempest in here too. Voltempest is also not a bad option. You can try to play the champion Voltempest for the Fulgaris and the Titanostrike. Effectively dropping down a big body that is really hard to out as like a, it's like you could trade an Elestral, drop down Voltempest champion Zeus, and now your opponent has to deal with it. So it's there. Yeah, we could slot in Titanostrike OG. We could if we want to make a full Thunderstorm control deck. I think for sure. Champ Griffuse, we can go in. Yeah, Champ Griffuse I think is also pretty good. Zeus's Call, pretty decent, but again, two of the other ones there. 1 Champ Volt, I can be down. Where is the Champ Griffuse? Here we go. From your champion of Zeus, but cannot be misenchanted this way. I think this is also fine, but I almost would rather play the old Griffuse, because this card going into old Volt is almost better with our Ascension lineup, I think. Alternatively, we could try to go into our Sparket line. Sparket's not amazing, but Sparket is really goofy. So we could go for 3 Sparket, and there's Sparket once again, back in our little form. And then Alter plays really well with it. We probably would want to play an Argo package at that point. And that's like the one thing to experiment with that everyone I think is honestly, I would say probably the most straightforward thing with this build is you're playing like, again, low Thunder counted dudes, by the way, as always. What you're doing instead is you are now playing stuff like this. You could even play a Thunderbolt of Zeus if you want, which is kind of fun. But otherwise you play like Poison Tunic, which this card just to Nexus up to 2 as like a general thing is fine. But it is better Typhloid. Yeah, it's a better statted Typhloid, and the hand rip is nice. But I mean, honestly, would we just be doing this or adding in like the 3rd Fulgaris? That's kind of the problem with the strategy. Toxion also does not need to be here as a 1/of. This card is not very good. We also forgot the best card inside the arsenal for Thunder. Of course, it's our 1 copy of Ankh. So this is one direction you can take Thunder. It's very normal, very low to the ground, very like is what it is, right? Yeah, Tunic feels out of place if you're on Sparket. It's good because like you can Argo onto an opponent's Celestial for the Tunic, drop Sparket the next turn, and you have like another Nexus Bank that's not going to get rid of itself like Necklace might. So, but yeah, very safe Thunder. Exactly. Like, no ducks. Ooh, actually, that's a great point. We definitely need Quackle. Quackle's a little slow right now, but Quackle is very good. We almost have to put out, like, take out Olympus, take out a here. We do need 2 Quackle. Forgot about the little guy. Where is the little duck? Where is my duckling? There we go. Fixed. This is a very safe Thunder list. If I had to build Thunder that was like, hey, build me a Thunder Beater strategy that is like very similar to the Frost deck. It gains value. It has some back row destruction. It has some bombs. Like, I would say that is like, this is like the way to go. But this is also kind of boring, right? Like, this is like, yeah, we're playing like base set Thunder with like some spice. However, if you guys want to go super pog, then here's what I would play. I would play, because I think that'd be a lot of fun to do, Fun Glow. Fun Glow, my beloved. This card is really fun, especially with the new champion Zeus, because we are then wanting to go into like Thunderstorm as much as possible. 3 Zeus as well. I think it's pretty solid. Oh, and Rabbit. Fun Glow. Now, this also is a walking Olympus. We don't really need more than one Olympus, which is super strong. And the rest of it can be just filled with counter runes, honestly. Sorry about that. I had to like clear my throat. And I was like, this is gonna look like gross. Okay, much better. All right, so shrooms deserve 5 big booms. I love the shrooms. Literally, like, Fun Glow is super sick. Yeah, OG Titana Strike if we're going all in on Thunderstorm. I kind of agree. On some level, I think this is like if we're going all in, we might as well. But we are strapped for bodies. We do need to play our... Well, let's play our Mirepoix real quick. Put in for our Mirepoix, we have 3 Ambrosia. We have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, maybe. We'll see. Then we'll put in for our Elestrals here. We definitely want to have our Unk. We got for Quackles. Nice and easy. So this is our direction we kind of maybe want to go. If I wanted to be like kind of a pain, I would just play 3 copies of Champ Galaxy too. Turns Quackle into a bigger body. Turns Astrabbit into that. I would love if Amp Up was good. I knew you'd be glowing. That's what I'm saying, baby. We built safe Thunder previously, but this is so much more fun. Come on. Bronze Glow is also really neat. You can also just misenchant this with water. Half the time you're never doing that anyways. So we're gonna go for Champ Galaxy, Champ C, and let's see, 1, 2, 3. The Fun Glows probably could cut Fun Glow to 2 and have like an extra card copy. We might as well play. Like, oh, we don't even have Tsunamis in here. Oof, rough. Do we need Alter? Alter's good, but not great. I think the problem is now we have almost too many dudes. I could cut a Jolton, oddly enough, or a Fun Glow. Fun Glow is like the name of the game though, because Fun Glow plus Thunderstorm equals like game over for our opponents. Maybe cut Shield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 counter runes. Alter is very strong. I think we cut a Jolton. Jolton's really good, but I'd feel more comfortable just playing like a couple of Tsunamis here in this slot. It is here. Perfect. Yeah, this is about right. Let's do some spirit math on this real quick. It's like not really that much. It's like only a little bit of things. It's I saw the Elestral glow. Yo, fire. That's crazy. And also amazing. It doesn't help that this is the Titanic Strike is purple. It's a big glowing purple screen. The yellow opaque doesn't quite work the same way. Doesn't quite work the same for the pink opaque. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the rest of it's just thunder. Thunder. Thunder, 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 Thundercats, ho. This is again one of those like really brain off sort of day one builds. I would very much recommend just swapping all these cards out if we're going to go for spores. Save. I would definitely recommend taking this list and like swapping out ratios. This is just like TMT levels of 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And you can have a lot of fun with this deck. I think that, again, we have a lot of great good value with Aster Rabbit and Titanic Strike. Jolton's also a pretty decent searcher. Elechick is really missed in specifically Thunder. If Elechick said search Zeus, then I think that like is... It's probably gonna be played in everything still, don't get me wrong, but like, come on, like, give us something. Give us a Thunder. Why couldn't we get a Thunder searcher? That's fine. So that's, I would say this is probably like the way to go. You could probably even cut Quackle down to 1 and then play like the third Jolton or otherwise. Again, Ankylosarge is also a really cool one we could try to build here real quick. Thunder has a lot of different tools to try and go into. Fun Glow and Bronzeglow are some of the cards that are near and dear to my heart, so I love them so much. And just like Earth, you know what? We're feeling a little bit goofy tonight. Let's go ahead and do an Ankylo-Shock deck. So Ankylo-Shock is a cool little cute card that has a great stellar. Love this guy. +3 for each enchanting Earth to it. When this is Earth enchanted, Ankylo-Shock deals damage. Then you can special send to the Ankylosarge. So we're gonna go for 3. We're gonna go for 2, and Rabbit for 3. This is looking like old school. Some old school Elestrals right here. Let's go for Earth now, because that's what we're on. This one's also really fun too, by the way, because there's not a lot of like good Earth targets for this. You play the Earthquake, you play Demeter, you play Bloom of all things, which is like kind of funny. Play this, play where's our here we go. This. Boop, boop. You play this. Equilinx, you play Lynx. You play Argo, probably. Yeah, we'll go for Mirepoix here. I'm stuck, so we go Mirepoix and we adjust ratios. 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And then you can put in probably 3 Argo. And then put in our artifacts here. 1, boop. And then I have 2 slots left for some Elestrals because we were super low in Elestrals. God, see, this is the problem that having Elechick in here is like our one random Elestral that we can fit in here. 1 +3 for all this. It would probably be Champ Galaxy if I'm being really honest with you. Otherwise, Ankylosarge gets like nothing here. Would a 1/1 Thunder Zeus Searcher still be good? Yeah, probably. The thing is, like, the 1/1 Thunder Searcher is probably like plucky. So it's like really hard to justify to say, like, yes, would it not be played as frequently? I think the thing is you just get Zeus. Zeus is one of the strongest cards in the game, like, historically. So if at any point in time you can just say, I get the best card in the game, even if you take a turn to like not tempo, that Zeus is going to maintain value for the rest of time. So yeah, why not Mudlet as a random one of? I think Mudlet also would be pretty good, because if Bloom Mudlet is very strong, probably down to 2 Bloom though, because we're missing Elestrals. I need Rumagems. Give me Rumagems here. Give me Rumagems here. Probably then cutting down a shield and going for another Rumagem. And then also getting rid of Mudlet. Crab. Crab. Oh, how the mighty has fallen. This is effectively what Lunar aggro looked like, and now has gone and regulated to the cutest Elestral in the set, Anklo Surge. My cute little dino baby. I think that Anklo Surge and Ankylo Surge and Anklo Shock are both cute. I love the artwork. They look super, super cool. Where like a void? Nowhere like a void. Not in this deck. Come on. We're trying to be based. To be fair, new Like a Void and Champ Like a Void is the greatest Nexus bank of all time. We could easily slot that in here. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to do that. Not in this list. Not now. Not now. But this is probably what I'd play for some, like, again, very baseline level and number day one thinking of like the Anklo Surge stuff. Realistically, Anklo Shock is like bad. Not like terrible, but like +3 for each enchanting earth onto it is really strong. It's just a little slow. So the artwork amazing, the effect not great, and then its ascension is also not good. But again, some of the best artwork in the game is this, the full art, and then the stellar of this card. Really, really good. So if you want to build this as far as your Thunder deck goes, it's more Earth than Thunder for Anklo Surge, but whatever. I'd still say that the best way to play Thunder is either playing Thunder really safe by going for like a beater 5s strategy, or something like this for Spores. Salt to taste and preference as you will. This is probably what I'll be trying out for Thunder for a little bit, and then probably pivot into something else as well. Again, lots of options you can play for Thunder. Go for Spores. Have fun with Spores. Play for Spores. Champ Zeus is crazy. Champ Volk is also crazy. Recommend those quite a bit. And finally we have whoa. Finally, we've got only one more element. Let's see what we get on the wheel. It's water! Yay! Whoa! Woo! Water. Blood Moon. Blood Moon. Exactly. Blood Moon, effectively, or what we're going to be referring to as Majesty. Wet Moms is a very solid strategy inside of the meta. You will see it. It will pop up. It is pretty good. Is it great? It's not amazing. It's also really outable by most things in the game, so it's like a fairly fair deck. It is really strong, but I don't think it's like busted or broken. So let's go ahead and build what I think would be the water deck that you'd want to play instead of Firestorm. Super obvious choice here. No surprises at the end. So, whoa. Give that girl a wheel. Hee. Yeah, it's not the best thing you can do in water. It's literally flooding the board. It makes me very happy. Also true. 15 galaxies and 22 runes. True. See, honestly, you're not too far off. It's literally just like water beat strategy with like the new stuff. So let's go ahead and go for our new deck. I don't even have to really like. This one also is pretty brain off to build. So we'll go with Wet Moms in this one. Toggle over to water, and we're predominantly going water. It's 2 foamy, 3 eddy, 3 champ galaxy. You could play through regular galaxy, perfectly fine to do as well. I like the Champion of Poseidon, like Veritaqua stuff. Javlantis is really, really cool. Again, there's a lot of really nice water stuff inside of this meta. Because like Champ Jav is crazy. Is actually really strong. So here's what we will do. We will go for Glauby into Champion of Poseidon Majesty. You only really need 1. This card is pretty strong. Effectively misenchants every single card on your opponent's board to make them water enchanted, which can be kind of finicky with certain like stadium runes or like effects. But if not that, it's a 6/14 body that also heals for 2, which I think is much more powerful than its Blood Moon effect. But Blood Moon can be really difficult to get over. In addition, we also got Poseidon's Fury, which I do think it's actually really good. I think Poseidon's Fury is unironically very strong. Alternatively, Champ Javlantis is like really good at putting on some pressure here. So I don't mind putting like even like 2 of these things in there, because even like a drawn into it, it's like crazy. Obviously playing 3 Tsunami. We definitely are playing 3 Poseidon. We're definitely playing, I think we're playing a couple Sluggles, and we're definitely playing like a Jotagua, maybe for the receive. And that's really about it. You can kind of slot in whatever you need to here. Also, we're definitely playing like 2 Hurricane because we can. And now we can get into like the really, really funny one, which is that now this is probably the best deck that you can do to legitimately like play cards like Peliquarius to search your entire strategy. This is a lot of Elestrals, by the way. We haven't even gotten to our counter runes, so bear with me. We're going to cut down a lot of these. Eddie, I don't know if is amazing in Champ, and we don't really need like regular Galaxy. No Champ Sluggle. We do need Champ Sluggle. Whoops. I did forget about Champ Sluggle. I think old Galaxy's got to go. All right, bye old that. There you are. Thank you for the reminder. Was literally lost in the sauce. I did not obey Sir Tractor's wishes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1. All right, now we slim down. Probably Jav down to 1. Eddie to 2. I don't know if we really necessarily need Eddie, but it'd be fine. We go for 2. Rabbit. I don't know if we really need Rabbit all much. To do. Because you can just search your starters and get into your stuff here. Rabbit's like fine. So if we cut Rabbit and we play like, I don't know, cut Rabbit and play like a High Tide, like 2 High Tide, 1 Rise. You can probably play a Rise. You can afford the Rise, and then like a High Tide would be kind of cool, because High Tide can pair well with the Javlantis. But well, we're not really doing a Javlantis list here. Schnark could be really interesting to play with. We go for like a Schnark into search the Drakane line, which is still very strong. Yeah, so many feel super weird Majesty. I don't like Majesty and Javlantis together. I think they're very different decks. I think they honestly are really strong. The problem is that like Jav is really good. They are somewhat different decks, but you kind of want to play. I don't know if you want to play both, but you definitely can. You definitely can play both. Again, I don't know how good they are, but you definitely can play both. But I don't know. And then maybe it's the ratio thing that's kind of off here. But we'll salt a taste here. Really, what else am I missing here? I think as far as this goes, I need 2 counter runes or something. I actually kind of want to play Poseidon's Fury. We'll play Poseidon's Fury at 2. This card's kind of funny. It's a do nothing card. Otherwise, it's like a board clear / it's like you can put your opponent into really weird scenarios where like they're having to disenchant things, like their Elestrals, for example. And it's just kind of funny. I don't know. Maybe we cut the Javlantis here for a second Glauby even. I don't even hate second Glauby. Second Glauby might be kind of bricky, but it's either that or we can do like the Rise from the Depths shenanigans. Champ Narpoon and Champ Kion actually is pretty okay as far as the strategy goes, by the way. I don't love Champ Kion. It's kind of a different, like the old Narpoon, but Narpoon in Wayland's deck is kind of real and kind of neat. I just want to point that out there. So there's that. Let's pull up second Glauby maybe. So there's that. I think Majesty still plays Tsunami. The Blood Moon is not good into every deck, and sometimes you don't draw a turn 1 Sluggle. Also agree. You can search most of your deck with the Peliquarius line here, but the thing that I think what kind of sucks ultimately is you're having to make concessions like Sluggle for the heal, which water is like known for and kind of wants. And Eddie is like Eddie particularly this good. Yeah, it's probably a solid beater that like, you know, maybe get rid of this, for example. The package I think I could easily see like not being super great is like go here, 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 and then here. There's our slots for our 3 rabbit. We don't even play Eddie. And I like Poseidon's Fury. Probably cutting Poseidon's Fury is like fine. Mad Sea is the one deck that plays Plucky because you do need to see your Divine for Poseidon. I can agree with that. I think that's probably a fine way to go. Because you do want to like increase the chances of opening the 1 card combo Blood Moon as fast as possible. This card gets outed by everything. Ambro's kind of necessary. You could probably play 2 of this of Ambro, honestly. Otherwise though, I think this deck is like super straightforward. But is really, I won't say cool. This deck is fun, I think, as a certain type of strategy. Like again, if we're gonna save this deck real quick, this deck is a deck that is like this deck is a deck that I think is as straightforward as it comes in terms of like, this is the combo they want you to play instead of Firestorm. The deck in the combo goes as Champion of Poseidon, Nexus from the Poseidon to the Sluggle. Sluggle, go to Glaoui into Champ Majesty. Water has some of the best beaters in the game. Foamies are like one of the best recruiters, and Pelquaris can search all of them. That's super sick. On top of that, we did get new removal in Poseidon's Fury, which this might be the troll card here. This might be the one little like suspect red slot card, but like I think ultimately this is like a really neat little interaction with Poseidon and Poseidon's Fury. You could easily cut this for other things. I think this is kind of the filler slot. We have 2 extra slots for like whatever here. So salt to taste and make some adjustments as needed. Now, this is something that I do want to preface. Similar to the Thunder and the Earth deck, a lot of different ways to play this. We are going to build one more water deck, and that's going to be Champ Jav. Champ Jav, I think, is a really solid strategy. What is Champ Jav? Champ Jav is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I like Veritaqua a lot inside of this deck. It is so cool, and it is this new Javlantis is like really interesting. This card, when you cast it on, you can special ascend this Javlantis from your hand to one of your Water Elestrals. Water Elestrals deal piercing damage. This card is sick. This card is super sick. In fact, we're playing like this, and I think on that note, we also then go into, because of more card combos, grab like for like a Schnark line. I don't even know if we need to play 2 or play 3 and then play like a Drakion on top of this. It seems like it's a lot back to back. I don't even know if we necessarily need to play the new champion Veritaqua. I do like it though. I think this adds a lot of utility to the strategy and to the deck. Harpylock, also really fun, by the way. But either or. Again, let's go for Poseidon here. Which maybe we can cut Poseidon, because we don't really need Poseidon elsewhere. This is more of a Tsunami deck. Let's cut the Veritaqua then. 1 Veritaqua seems fun. I like this as like a little breaker. We will be doing Hurricane in the deck, I think, as well. Again, we also could go for a Pelquaris. Probably a little less than normal. That's probably fine. Let's go for Mirepoix here, which is just going to be like boop, 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 boop. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. And let's add in the rest of our like Elestrals. We need some more Elestrals up in here. I think we could add Eddie here. Otherwise, regular Galaxy, like, no, regular Galaxy kind of messes up our stat swaps here. So Eddie might be it. 1 Sluggle, 1 Jotagua could probably be there. And now we fleshed out the entirety of this. Yeah, I would make this Jav deck more bricky by running the Joblin. Bad idea, don't do it. We could easily run like 1 Draking and have that be like the way, right? Alternatively, this could also be Water Reanimator. And it's like the Poseidon enchanted damage is like fun, but it just enables the piercing damage, which is not like amazing. Yeah, it assumes you have a lot more spirits than I think that you would normally have available. So I do like the idea, the concept of Javlantis, but in reality, I think Jav is much better served as like just a you swing, you hit, you get over a big body, you swing again. And Tsunami being one of the best cards in the game, like hands down, full stop, is like incredible for that. I don't know if you need to run 2 High Tide, but it seems like it's pretty all right. And Schnark as a whole, also fairly decent in terms of its utility and body. What is this deck missing? Probably Rabbit. I hate to say Rabbit, but it's also hard to justify not playing Rabbit with like Champ Galaxy, right? Like anything you're doing with Champ Galaxy, you might as well run Rabbit. Because it just makes Rabbit a 5 beater. Sucks. I hate when good card is good. But also means we probably don't need like Peliquarius. Also probably don't mean Veritaqua. Well, Veritaqua was like a nice card to out like most like big boss Elestrals, because this deck also can kind of struggle if it can't get sluggle. Can't quite get into like Javlantis fast enough and control the board space. So really big 3-drop or larger Elestrals, this deck can normally have a problem with. Plus Veritaqua can out some like niche stuff. So we'll go 2 and 2. And then we need 3 more cards to back this thing up. Maybe, just maybe we go for like what? Earthquake here. We have the spirits for it. So we might as well just run like what? A removal. I'm okay with going for like a Cryoblast or a Laurels. Seems like that could be pretty decent. We could also go for the 3rd Tsunami High Tide, just make things nice and easy. Maybe go for like the one of the big beater strategy and go for like an Atlantis for Stadium Wars. We could also do that too. A lot of ways to skin a cat here. Or Rock in a Hard Place for the extra back removal. We're playing the Hurricane. Let's just run 3 Hurricane. Why not? And there we go. This is also another way to play water inside of Elestrals. You'll notice that a lot of decks are running the Rabbit Galaxy Peliquarius package. This is like an insane little resource loop that a lot of decks are like looking to utilize as like trading the value back and forth, right? Kind of uninspiring if you think about it. Every deck is just Hurricane Nexus and Hurricane Beatdown. But on top of that, these cards are like more interesting, rather. Some decks don't want to play Rabbit. Some decks don't really need to play Rabbit. In fact, if I can save this deck real quick. So we have one deck that plays Rabbit. Okay, Stat Swap Solar plays Rabbit. That's 2. Big Bug Casting. Don't really need Rabbit. It's pretty solid. Bugs. Don't really need Rabbit either. Okay, we can get into that. Champ Jav. Yeah, it needs Rabbit. Let's go for Hurricane Beatdown. Obviously, this one needs Rabbit. Then we go for Lease the Meese. No Rabbit. We go for Night Venom. No Rabbit. Then we have Spiders. No Rabbit. Close, though. We were very close to doing Spiders. No Rabbit. Spores. Unfortunately, Rabbit. In a Thunder deck. Can you believe it? Then we have the Wakey Wakey deck. This is the Nixamera. We do have Bunny, but not the Astro Rabbit. And then let's see what else. And then, oh, of course, Wet Moms. Okay, there's Rabbit in this one. We might not have not needed to play Rabbit in this one, but 5 decks out of all the decks that we built tonight are playing Rabbit. So we're getting to the point with Elestrals that like a lot of these strategies might not need to run one of the most iconic and one of the most expected resource cards inside of the game. One of the best tempo cards. It's a heal card. It does your laundry. It slices, it dices. It makes a main deck. Stealing that from Nova, by the way. Now, are these? How would I rank these strategies? Well, that's the neat part. You'll just have to find out in the tier list. You'll have to find that out here in like 4 weeks. But these decks, I think, are ones that are fun. They are decks that I think highlight a lot of the cool stuff about Firestorm, a lot of the new cards about Firestorm. And I do think while we don't have like entire swings away from like 5s and like low to the ground resource heavy strategies. By resource heavy, I mainly mean like I'm just trading down value until I win. A lot of decks, a lot of games, and frankly, Elestrals is just like that. That's just card games in general. So overall, what are the decks that I'm eyeing inside of the meta? Champ Jav is pretty good. I do want to try out this Solar deck that we played, the Stat Swap Solar. This looks fun on a level that I think is like really cute. Plus, we can just play Armadon, which I'll always love Armadon. So outside of like the 3S club, I think unironically Antitan will be really good if we're expecting that the Werepup line for the Lycavoid, Champ Lycavoid is going to be really good. This deck just slaps. I think that's a good choice. Hurricane Beatdown, I think, is also really strong. This deck enables the champion of Aeolus, Sorlets, and Chrysaors to really handle and really effectively deal with the Werepup Lycavoid deck as well. Really strong strategy playing cards like the Champ Galaxy and Pelaquarius. So native wind stuff is pretty decent. Enough counter runes to fill the Nile. And yeah, pretty, again, low to the ground strategy that can out a lot of boards. Then I really do want to try out Spiders. The Spider deck is really cute, and I think that this is like maybe up for debate in terms of what this deck could be looking like. The Spiders is really fun. Champion Warmite plus Hestia's Hearth is a great combo, and the Stadium Rune is amazing for it. So there's that. The Wakey and Night. I like Bunnix a lot. We talked about previously that you could replace Bunnix with a generic 5 package. I don't know if it's really necessary, but this is a deck that I'm currently testing and it looks amazing. It feels good to play. Every single choice makes sense. And again, I'm just a big fan of this thing. It's awesome. It's incredible. Professor, I'm so sorry. If it's on the syllabus, but will you be posting these lists anywhere? Absolutely, I will. Absolutely, 10 billion% I will. Thank you for asking. I wish a War might, TBH. We can't keep getting away with it. I wish a Frost might in that well. I like Jav in theory, but every build of it feels pretty clunky. Not sure how I feel about it. It's kind of weird, right? That's kind of the strange part about, I think, decks like that with the new stuff is what to the extent is the best way to play. We'll see. Anyways, Bunny is one of my favorite ones. You know, the Frost deck. So Frost deck, Hurricane Beatdown. I think that the Antitan is a very solid pick as well. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, and then lastly, Wet Moms. I think that the Majesty deck is something that you might see pop up. So just keep an eye on it. But I don't know if I'm excited to try that one out. I am very excited to try out though. Funglow. Thunder, my beloved. This deck, we are so back. Champion Zeus Titanostrike with Funglow, with Brontiglow. Really cool. I cannot wait for Firestorm tournaments. I think I'm going to try to play in at least a few of them. I have so much Firestorm to open, and I have so many Firestorm decks to build, that this is one of the first times in a very long time that I'm like really excited to deck build, to theory, to craft, and to really hunker down. Because we have a lot of options, and I think the players have a lot of new tools that they can make and start to build really interesting strategies. Now, what is really hard to decide what to play first? That's what I'm saying. Currently, what I'm playing first is this. This is like the deck that I've been trying out, that I've been testing. It's been feeling great, and that's kind of the list that I might be rocking. Alternatively, looking to do Triple S Club. Looking to test Bears, looking to test Spores, looking to test like Hurricane Beatdown. Spiders, also like the big 5 ones, really. So I think that between Ass, Gas, Solar, and like all these lists, Firestorm is a really sick meta. I don't know where the Werepup stuff will be and how we're gonna feel about that here in a couple of weeks, but we'll just have to take it on the chin and see. And that's about it. That's all for this. There's a tier list that will be coming out with sometime soon, inshallah. I'm dropping that on the knots sometime soon. And by dropping on the knots, I mean like literally we have to film it probably whenever we can get everyone together to talk about the new decks inside the meta. And I think that it's gonna be a lot of fun. So that's it. That's all the decks. That's every single element. We have one deck per element that we at least want to try out. I think in terms of the like strength of element, I think that Thunder, Frost, and then like Wind / like the Hurricane beatdown Holy Trinity are probably the 3 strongest elements so far. Fire is also really cool. Don't get me wrong, but Fire I think is like much more underwhelming than I thought initially. Just full disclosure. So we'll see. The meta's sick. I hope it gets better soon. Me too. How's tomorrow sound? Oof. I'll have to check with my. I'll have to check with my. God. I held my breath while doing that. I probably didn't need to hold my breath for that long. That was totally unnecessary for me to actually hold my breath while doing that bit. I didn't need to. So, what decks are y'all excited for inside the new meta? I'd be curious to know. I think I've seen so far like a couple really good like Frost and a couple really good well, I was playing Dimax on Solar earlier, which was pretty fun. Thunder Nexus looks pretty good. I am really curious about how Fire is gonna go, considering that's like kind of the most like known quantity. I keep on like messing with this like mark on my face. It's not anything particular. I'm just like, can I not? Spiders goated. Spiders I think are really fun. Spider I think are really cool. Armadon, I would love Armadon. Again, we built the Triple S, the stat swap Solar, or depending on the day, gas or ass. So I do think we have some options here in terms of our new meta, so to speak. Solar Nyx also could be fun. I think the Frost package is like insane, and I highly implore to check it out. Brummelinx is crazy. The Bunnix, crazy. Nyx and Risen are fun, but like again, up for suspect. Cow's first, but Armadon is close second. I would love to, right? Trying to mill Rise and Pandison back. So here's the crazy part, right? Well, one, Champ Pandison's also hilarious, but we'll see. Spiders with Hestia just appeals to exactly what I want in a deck. Spiders with Hestia is like such a cool concept. I like the new spider support. I think drawing a bunch of cards and bringing out a bunch of spiders that effectively will trade value is great. One of the big weaknesses I can see with spiders is that spiders have generally low stat dudes, so they will always hit and always trade with people, or trade the Elestrals, but they will almost never be able to survive unless you have specific counter runes in the back. But I do think that you'll just draw into them more than likely, and to what extent you want to play the 2-drop kind of depends too, I guess. But that's kind of what I would say for those. Draco Duel Flammoth. Oh yeah, Flammoth. Flammoth is really strong. Draco Duel deck, the Suppression Cock deck is like, I think also a sleeper, considering that I think there's gonna be a lot of like, again, Werepup also has a like big target on its back. Any deck that can just slot in the Werepup line and make it work effectively will just be strong. Good stuff is like a little bit like strange to me, but good stuff pile decks do definitely exist. And it's like Peliquarius, it's Champ Galaxy, it's Astrabbit, it's Werepup, it builds itself. It really does build itself. If we wanted to like take a couple seconds to build like Champ, the generic 5s list, it's really just super simple. And it takes like no time at all. Cryo Rhino also pretty strong. The new frost support with the Brummelinks changes it a lot. You don't have to run like Brummelinks being able to have your searcher and eat it too is crazy. It's one of the best cards inside the entire suite, and it's so flexible being able to swap out the package of Bunnix for Cryo Rhino. The Rhino Sec stuff though is a little bricky compared to the Bunnix stuff, and the stat line on Bunnix is really good. The 4/4 is very balanced booty. Is really strong. I'd heavily recommend like testing it out. I would heavily implore testing it out. Now, I lost my thought here. Hurricane Beatdown. Another one I want to try out and see if I can make work a little more effectively. I don't know if it's going to be amazing, but we could try to make it work as like best as possible, I think. Anyways, I want to say we should crack open some Firestorm, but maybe I should say that for later in the week. It is getting a little bit late, and I think we did accomplish our goal of making a deck of every single element and type. Otherwise, we'd be streaming here for another like 4 hours, and if we stream for another 3 hours, we prove Bo right. That's the problem. 3 more hours, and we put Bo's clock on an actual timer there. So yeah. I've been enjoying Sandstorm as counter runes are very pivotal. Sandstorm's kind of fun. I think Sandstorm with again getting the search off of a Fin Dust is really good inside this format. I think that it's slept on for the most part. It might not be amazing, but because again stats and body, but it's whatever. I think Majesty and Water just has too many control tools, not having something that at least a little good. But there's so many brews that I'm not sure which one's the best for yet. Absolutely. The thing with current decks inside of Firestorm specifically is there are so many in certain elements that it's all about the ratios. Like how can you splash certain like decks and certain cards in there? What concessions are you having to make and get rid of? So what's the optimal build for the spirit investment? What I mean by that is like the spirit element investment. Yes, the good stuff piles can just splash in 1/1/1, and the spirit like management of it all is really important. But I think you could even play a lot of decks pure or like as close to mono as possible, and the splashing is very similar to what we've seen so far, and can arguably be better than the having to be constantly spirit managing, and that just takes some time overall. Okay, I'm back. Hey, how's it going, Jay? Good to see you. Welcome back. Hello. We finished out some of our deck building for Firestorm just now, and we're debating on moving. So we're kind of just wrapping a little bit and talking about the decks that we would like to be playing inside of Firestorm a little bit. Pros and cons, etc. But welcome back. How did the suppression deck come out? We'll flip back to this one real quick. I'll show this one. I'm very curious about. Lease the Mies. Oof, it's rough. So here's the thing about the suppression control strategy. I really love Night Venom and Toxiri. These cards are cool. They are so cool. Are they good? I don't know. These decks come together like oil and water sometimes, where it's like the good stuff of like Werepups and the Comalis. This is about the closest I think we could get, because we do have to have like a certain prerequisite amount of counter runes and ambrosias. Postamoose is really strong. Love me some Postamoose. So like a Comalis deck focusing around Postamoose and then potentially having like Specteris as like a huge body, Champ Specteris, which can special cast itself, and then Toxiri to search that Dense Fog to get into like the Necrolith or the Spect. All can seem pretty good. Ratio wise, I don't know if these are good at all. You do have like 6 starters, 8 starters, which is pretty all right. Otherwise, Comalis is like the best card to get into the Postamoose, and Postamoose Artemis is like crazy. Again, I don't know if this one's particularly like amazing. I don't know if it's better just attacking like the faster removal, or if there's a better end goal. You can maybe even play Ferrogeist in here if you really wanted to, which I think could be pretty good still. But I think this one will kind of live and die on Champ Artemis, which I think at that point we probably could play 2 of this card, and I think that at this point we should like this would be a kind of the pivotal thing, is that you're suppressing and destroying a lot of Elestrals, and that's like pretty good. But you will be winning off the back of Werepup, Lycovoid, and probably Spec Beatdown for the most part with this deck. But this is about right still. 8 starters means you should see it. There's a good combination of stuff that you should see, right? Fawnlit into Artemis starter, Werepup into the combo starter, Toxiri into the Dense Fog, which can turn on your Necroliths and your other stuff starter. Pretty decent overall. Again, I don't love this list, but I think it's a good start. Now, apparently there's an FTK going around with Lunar, so it might be a little bit better strategy to do. But, yeah, stay levy. Yeah, it's got legs. It's got legs, and I would say, you know, in terms of Toxiri, it's got 6 of them. Or at least it has 4 with our Postamoose, though. Our quadrupeds are plentiful into the strategy. This one's just pups and deers, to be fair. Deers? Pups and deers? Pups and fawns? Fawns and pups? No, not a great one. Suppression control. We'll keep it at suppression control. We'll keep it at suppression control. Okay. Let's then call it there. Pups and Meese. Oh, Meese. What else have we been cooking? We can run down the list here too. So we built tonight 3S or Stat Swap Solar or Gas, Galaxy Artifact Swap, or Artifact Stat Swap. Ass. This deck is very experimental. Seems really cute. Would love to try it out at some point in time, because I think Armadon with Galaxy seems really funny and could be a lot of fun. So big fan of this one. We did BBC or Big Bug casting for the Spine-Nymph to go into Hermes to Spinosect. This one's a pretty fun one. I like this heavier Earth package in this, and again, incorporate some of the newer stuff with like Carrion, etc. Then we have Titan. And Titan is really strong, I think, this format, and a really fun little strategy with our fun little ant friend, and Champ Artemis Spectaris, which is very, very good inside the meta, especially considering this can turbo yourself into Aardvarm and Antitan within seconds. Big fan of that one. Champ Jav. Champ Jav is, like, again, experimental, ratios to be seen, but Javlantis being able to special cast itself off of a Tsunami is really strong. The Tsunami Javlantis combo is killer. Is super killer. Then we also have Hurricane Beatdown with the Chrysor and the Storlet line. I think this one is honestly very strong, so I would be curious to know like how this one really plays out. I like Fin Dust into Hurricane as a way to combat like Champ Lycovoid and to also like break apart other boards. Champ Storlet into regular Chrysor is also a lot of fun to pull off. This also could be Flammoth with a Nimbug line. Big fan of that deck. I think also slots in really well with like Tower of Winds here too. So this was one of the decks that I'm looking at. At least the Meese, which we looked at. We have Piter. Spider with the Hestia's Hearth is, and again, we wish a War Might here, right? This Spiders is I don't know. This deck is really cool, draws a ton, can out every single board. It's just got tiny little guys though, so sometimes you might need some help from the Pararanch. But this deck seems like a lot of fun, has a lot of great utility, and to be seen on the text / the ratios here though. But Spiders seems like it can really handle a lot, and it's a very cohesive strategy, especially playing some of the best cards of the game, like the War Mites and the War Mites Champion, the Frost Mites. Again, Racking Snare is also really cool. Then we have Spores. Thunder, my beloved, playing Funglow. I think that this deck is incredible. I think it's a lot of fun that you're effectively swapping out the Frost stuff for the Thunder stuff, and Funglow being able to now have a little more consistency with Titanostrike going into Bronzeglow. This is like the fun Thunder deck, the Thunder deck, if you will. But I would say that if you want to play like a safe Thunder list, yeah, play Fulgaris, play the stuff. this is what I'm gonna try to rock with Side of Thunder. Let's go Unk. This deck list seems really interesting, really fun. So we'll see. I'm out getting late. Night, everyone. Thank you so much, Ace Blades, again, for being here and for hanging out with us tonight. We'll hopefully see you around soon. And hopefully you enjoyed this. We'll be releasing some of these decks later on the channel here. So we'll keep everything, not a 5-hour stream closely. Let's see. This one is one that I am playing currently. It's the Bunnix deck. Big fan of the Bunnix deck. Again, this is probably one I think is one to look out for. Swap out the Bunnix line, the Nyx Forms, for a different package. And this is very modular. And you could even just side this out for like the Rhino Sec stuff and have that be like your side deck, which on that note, I might try. So I think this is one of the most fun decks. And of course you're playing the Bunny, which is always incredible. I need the Stellar of this ASAP though. And then lastly, Wet Moms. Wet Moms is just Majesty. Nothing super spectacular here, but this card being a floodgate and also very searchable, plays some of the best beaters in the game, has some fun with Poseidon and the Poseidon's Fury. Pretty decent overall. On that note though, I think I'm going to be ending stream there. It's getting late for me, and also I think that I'm gonna go eat. And if you haven't already, take care of yourself, and you should eat as well, first and foremost. If it's late evening, morning, afternoon, wherever it is in the world that you are watching this from, I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, night, or morning. As well, we will be live again later on this week to open our Firestorm stuff. Had the idea to do that earlier today, but I think if I started earlier in the day, I probably would have definitely tried to squeeze in some of the openings, but we'll be doing that next time. Make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you guys want to. All the good stuff for the algorithm. Follow me on Twitter at Swolax and the Elestrals at the Elestrals for more amazing stuff. I really do appreciate everyone being here for tonight on this big cook session. Hopefully we gave some people some inspiration and some ideas on everything that's not Phosphocell, because apparently people hate Phosphocell. I had no clue. But again, thank you so much for being with me here. Being with me here tonight, and I think it's been great. I'm looking forward to the Firestorm season. I will be trying my hardest to make some of these decks work, and I'm trying to figure out what's the best deck to bring for the June 7th event. Hopefully we're able to give some people some good inspiration. I know I'll be testing some of these lists that we built tonight, and some others that maybe are a little more cohesive. But outside of that, thank you so much for being here. I'll have to talk to y'all later. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Bye.